Dollar General is, well, it's a store, what do you expect? I don't usually shop at them often. I don't know why, maybe the sketchy looking parking lots kinda scare me. But what got me curious about going there recently was hearing that out of all of the things that they sell, that they carry art supplies. So today, let's look at the ones that I managed to find. First up, we have this watercolor cake set. It comes with 36 colors in a tin, and a brush that looks surprisingly decent. The price for this was $5.50. My first criticism is that there is only one shade of yellow in this, which is a problem because it is one of the primary colors. Why do most art sets always do yellow so dirty? Hashtag justice for yellow. Anyway, let's swatch these babies out and see how they look. To add another negative to this set, the brush it came with stunk. It stunk so bad that I had to switch to a higher quality brush. The cheap plastic handle was annoying, and not too long into swatching it already got stained. Heck, even the hairs were becoming undone too. So not fetch. At least on the other hand, the paints themselves turned out really nice. They are so vibrant. Aside from the lack of hashtag justice for yellow, the variety is still good. They also blend and mix decently. I'm giving it a thumbs up. Since I was buying watercolors, when I saw this next supply on the shelf, getting this was a no-brainer. These are water brushes. These guys went for $4. What's cool is that you fill these little guys up with water, squeeze them to drop water, and you can even clean your brushes with just this technique as well. No water bucket needed. Even though I always use water buckets regardless. Anyway, onward to the kitchen sink! Let's ignore how I accidentally bled the green into the pink. As I expected, the bristles of the brushes stained immediately, but the good news is that they are clean as long as you squirt the water through them. Performance-wise, they were difficult to open, but after that, they performed like a dream. Minor nitpick is that even though they are different sizes, they are still the same shape for each of them. A flat brush would have been nice to see in this package. Overall, these are still neat tools to get, especially for painting on the go. Thumbs up. For this next art supply, when I saw the price of this thing, I was like,
that's pretty cheap.
Here is the Oil Pastels set. For $4.50, you get 15 colors. Yet once again, yellow gets done dirty. Yellow may not be my favorite color, but it really sucks that it always gets screwed over. Anyway, let's see how these perform. Wow, there is no way that these are only worth almost $5. The color range is phenomenal for the price. The pastels themselves are very pigmented. They also blend not only in the paper, but also into each other quite nicely. Layering looked good too. Hang on, let me try blue over this yellow just in case. Okay, it did mix with the color underneath, but maybe another layer of blue would probably cover it up. Rating for these? Of course it's a thumbs up. So while shopping for this video, I tried to find their regular acrylic paint set. But alas, they didn't have their regular acrylic. So I got these little craft paints. Each bottle went for only $1. They may not be the same acrylics that I am used to, but it wouldn't hurt to give these a shot, right? God, I hope not. It didn't hurt using them, but man are these a mess. I get that these are made for wood crafts, but the opacity is really poor, especially for the white, since white, from what I learned, should be the most opaque paint in the color spectrum besides black. And that was the only color that covered the pen line! Even mixing the colors was below par. They became even more streakier than the base colors. Some people may be able to get their enjoyment out of these tubes, but for me, sadly, it's a thumbs down. Just like with the oil pastels, this next item on our list took me by surprise as well. This is the pencil sketch set. It comes with graphite pencils, charcoal pencils, a tortillon, a sharpener, and 2 erasers, one kneaded and one blocky, all for $6. With that being said, let's get into it. I have to say, these pencils are amazing. The range is good, the quality is good, they glide across the paper good. Good, good, good. Now for the tortillon. This works really good too. The charcoal especially is blending like a dream. Now for the erasers. Oh god, the kneaded eraser looks like a chewed up gum. Ew. Ew. The blocky eraser picks up the graphite well, although the charcoal isn't coming completely off. This kneaded eraser, though, is not doing me any favors. You would think it would pick up the charcoal better, but it just will not no matter how hard I press. The last piece is the sharpener. Please don't make that crunchy sound that I hate. My verdict on this sketch set is that $6 is worth it just for the pencils alone. The tortillon and sharpener are nice to have as well. What bogs it down though are the erasers themselves, which are essential for drawing, but they aren't up to snuff. It hurts to say it, but I have to give it a so-so. So here's the funny thing. Remember how I said I couldn't find the original acrylic paint set that I really wanted to get for this video? Well, it turns out that when I was really thirsty and needed to get a drink, there was a Dollar General not too far from my folks' house. So I went in there, got my drink, and checked the art section. And here it is. This is the acrylic paint set. It comes in 8 colors and is around $5. Let's jump into this. These are the same paints as the craft ones. Poor opacity, same streakiness, even the trendy colors I tried mixing weren't that good either. I was actually hoping these were good. But alas, the last art supply gets a thumbs down.
In conclusion, I would probably only recommend half of these art supplies. The watercolors, the water brushes, the pastels, and the pencils from the sketch set are definitely worth the money. I unfortunately can't say the same about both sets of acrylics and the erasers that came with the sketch set. So what's next? Well, to actually make art with these supplies. God, I'm not looking forward to using these acrylics. They suck. But anyway, thanks for watching. If you want to see me use these supplies in a future video, as well as any other art stuff that I do, be sure to follow all of my socials right here.
Hey there, editing me here. I can't believe I forgot to say bye to the camera like a complete idiot. But truthfully, thank you so much for watching. If you liked this video, leave a like, comment down below, share it with your friends, all those things that we love to do on the internet, you know? But yeah, go do that. Alright, I'll see you in the next one, so bye!
Hey guys, JG here. I've been an artist for over 10 years at this point. Throughout my time, I've tested and used many, and I mean many, different art supplies. I tried watercolor. I love acrylics. I love you so much. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oil paints were neat to mess with. Where are they? Oh yeah, that's right. I gave them to my uncle. However, there was one art supply, one type of paint that I have never ever tried before in my life. And that, my awesome viewers, is the one, the only, gouache. Now, I am aware of gouache. My classmates have used it, professional illustrators use it in their projects. I've seen those popular Hemi Jelly gouaches on the internet so much that they clogged up my social media feeds. Phew! And boy, were they everywhere. After thinking over my options on where to start with the gouache, I settled on this little Winsor Newton set for only 20 bucks at Michael's. It comes in 10 colors, and hopefully it's a good beginner set for someone that's new to gouache, such as myself. So, let's get comfy, grab a burrito, and test this paint out. And be sure to stick around until the end to see me make some art. So before we begin, I would like to say just one thing. Gouache is such a weird word to say. Gouache.
Gouache.
Gouache. For those that don't know what gouache is like a fusion of watercolor and acrylic. It has the same opacity and can be layered like acrylic, but it can also be watered down and reactivated like watercolor. Oh my god, it's like the Hannah Montana of paint for artists.
Without further ado, let's get to round 1. Swatching. What the heck? Why did the white come out like that? That is not a good sign. It's okay. Maybe we can fix it later. Okay, there we go. It should be better now. Now on with the show! For the swatches, to really see all of the sides of this paint, the first row of swatches will be paint without water, the middle row will be mixed with a little bit of water, and the bottom row I will treat as if it was watercolor, using a lot more water. Aw, crap! I forgot medium yellow. Hang on. I will admit, they are not the most opaque. I'm looking at you, opaque white! But the vibrancy is quite nice for the other colors, and some colors like black and ultramarine really pulled their weight. The middle row with only a little water mixed in got a bit too streaky for my liking. However, the bottom row is what surprised me the most. If you said that this line was only with just watercolor, I would have believed you. They are so amazing to look at. No fillers in them either. Woo! Round 1, I would say, was probably a C-. The quality of the white really brought this section down. I'm truly hoping layering the colors on top of each other will help cover up the layers underneath, especially in case I make a mistake with the drawing. So with that said, the next round will be a double feature, layering and reactivation. So it's currently the next day, and just as I thought, the paints have dried up. I really hate how this white looks though. Let's see how well these paints reactivate. Wow, they work about almost as well as they did yesterday. Color me impressed. I'll give this section an A.
Wow.
And now we are going to test how well they layer on top of each other. Just like with the first round, I'm going to perform the tests with different amounts of water in the paint. Only difference is using different opacities of paint as the bases. And also, since I'm extra and feeling salty about this white, we'll even do a test to see how many layers of white it takes to be opaque. So now let's give these babies time to dry, and then the real test begins. Yeah, I wish the opacity was better with these paints. The good news is that the thicker applied paints didn't pick up any color, but I can still see through it. The more watered down I made this blue, the more it started to mix with the colors underneath. Now, I am not mad at that part, it's what I expected to happen. So I think for this section, I'll give it a B-,
Yeah!
which brings this round's average to a B+.
Yeah!
Now before we move on to the drawing, let's see how many layers it takes to make white cover this pen line. Okay, now for the real test. The big one. The final boss. So first things first, I got my drawing onto my watercolor paper, and I'm going to lighten up the pencil marks with my kneaded eraser. If you can't tell what, or should I say, who it is, it's Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Specifically, his look from Mortal Kombat 4. I chose him because I just recently rewatched the OG Mortal Kombat movie on Tubi, and my god does it still rock. It's got problems, but I still think it's good and faithful to the games from a story perspective. And Scorpion is a fun character for me to play as in the series, so I went with him. So anyway, enough of me nerding about. So what I am doing here first is putting down a rough idea of where I want my base colors. I know what you're probably thinking.
It looks ugly. The paint is watery.
I know. But what I am doing here is what you'd call an underpainting. Basically, I just blot in colors, and since gouache is opaque, or at least it should be, I can just cover up everything and hide this layer underneath. Hence the term, underpainting. So after getting it dry, I start working into the main subject, by starting with his headgear. I'm gonna work from top to bottom with this to make it easier for me. So yeah, as I said earlier, this set of paints is not the most opaque. So that means for me to get a good color, I'm going to have to put on many layers. Which I don't mind since like acrylics, I work in layers. Next, I'll start working on the flames coming from his eyes. Here's a secret tip for you painters out there. If you want to keep working on your art without long drying times, use a hairdryer. They speed up the process and allow me to keep on working for longer periods of time. Now, this is where the real struggle begins. I now start working on the skin, and so far it doesn't look too bad, but then my stupid butt, without realizing, made his skin too orange. Ugh. And then to top it all off, when I was recording, you see these blotches right here? Well, this is how they got there. So yep, I even had to retouch the eyes because of it. But moving on, since I messed up, the show must continue. After realizing that some games feature Scorpion with a warmer skin tone, I decided to roll with that. And like I said, layering is the word of the day here, because this is probably one of the most time-consuming areas I have spent my time on with this drawing. I even outlined the eyes to give a nice contrast, and oh, now the white wants to be opaque. What the actual heck is up with this white? In all honesty, despite the frustration I was feeling, I was digging the end result of this face, and it's coming together quite nicely. Next, I'll tackle the face mask. For those wondering,
Why is it rainbow?
well, my viewers, at the time of this recording, Happy Pride Month! Yeah, I'm in a Pride Month mood, so I wanted to make this part of the theme too. I couldn't help it. So yeah, like I said 1,000 times, layering is key since the opacity isn't the best. So another thing I learned with gouache was patience. And also don't layer too thickly or this is what will happen. Seriously, if you're new to this or any other art medium, I would suggest to take your time and really get to know it. It was honestly around this part of the drawing that I really began to see the appeal of gouache. I really love the matte finish that it leaves, and the color vibrancy is top notch. Even with the hairdryer, I was still taking my time to make sure that I layer in the color right and cover up any spots that I have missed. Here we move on to his body, which in my opinion shouldn't be too bad since it's mostly black and with the yellow... Are those called plates? If someone can tell me what those are, that would help me out. I'm not a ninja, so I wouldn't know. After that, all there is left is basically the background. I think since I was going precise and taking my time to provide an interesting contrast, I'm going to just make it messy, make it wet, make it purple, go nuts, go crazy. Since the paper is warping like Mario in a pipe, I think before I add the finishing touches, I'm going to let it dry and cover it with a heavy book to flatten it out. So, see you then!
Get over here!
got frustrated. I was also feeling anxious. But I'm so glad I went through with this. As an artist, it's always good to challenge yourself every now and then. And after getting to use gouache for the first time, while I definitely still need some practice with it, I'm pretty happy with the overall piece. I really love how this turned out. So my initial thoughts on gouache? It's tricky to use, it definitely takes plenty of patience. But aside from the overall atrocity of this opaque white, I can say that I've grown to like it. If you enjoyed this interesting ride, be sure to like, follow, share, subscribe, do all those fun things that we love to do on the internet, folks. I also did a video on testing out Dollar General art supplies, so if you'd like to watch that, it should be either linked up here or it should be linked down below. Also, let me know what your first time with gouache was like, if you ever tried it, down in the comments below. Let's get talking, and I'll see you next time. Hello there, JG Art Creator here. Have you ever tried using a paper plate as a paint palette? Or even using baby oil to blend out your colored pencils? Well, sometimes us artists have to get creative with the tools that we use. And some of those tools happen to be things that are lying around our very own households, watching us. Everywhere. They're always watching. But how about I show you 9 household items that you can use for your art projects. I'll even tell you the pros and the cons of each item as we go through the list. So let's get into it. So first, before we begin, I would like to make an apology. Mom, I'm sorry that I used way too many of these during college. I was just too lazy to buy a paint palette.
Our first item on the list is a paper plate. So if you didn't have a paint palette, these would work really well with your acrylic paints. I used a lot of paper plates back in the day. If I remember correctly, I think I would even bring paper plates to college. I think I might have gotten judged by a few classmates for that. A pro for using them is that they aren't too pricey, and they usually come in a huge pack depending on the brand. Heck, they even have different colors if you prefer working with toned palettes. However, while they did their job really well back in the day, I gave up using them for 2 reasons. One, if you ran out of plates, then you would have to restock and buy them constantly. It would get especially annoying if you grew up in a family like mine, where paper plates were used constantly. Second, if you paint a lot and keep using them up, because you would be throwing them away constantly, you would be creating a lot more waste and filling up the garbage can quicker. I'm no Captain Planet or anything, but even making that much waste would make me feel bad. In the end, while these can be neat to use, especially if you're only a hobbyist, if you do end up painting more consistently, just invest in a paint palette. They are relatively cheap, and you could always wash them out.
Now, I love coffee. So much so that I think my body has become way too dependent on caffeine. I need it, man. I'm starting to tweak out over here. So what do you do when you have too many coffee mugs lying around the house? Why, use them for art supplies, of course.
I use them mainly to store my paintbrushes. I have one for my watercolor brushes, and Doodlebob here for my acrylics. I just realized using Doodlebob is too appropriate. He's an art piece himself. I mean, he's just a stupid drawing. Coffee mugs are also good for using them as water buckets to rinse your dirty brushes in. So the pros, they can be reused over and over again, they are great for holding materials, and can also hold water for rinsing brushes. The only con I can think of is you really can't drink from it again. But honestly, I think it's best you never drink from the same mug that had dirty paint water to begin with.
In all of my years of making art, it wasn't until about a year ago that I actually started using this supply. And let me tell you, it is a
Game changer.
This is a water spritzer. Fill it with water and spritz away. This thing is so good. I usually use it to prevent my acrylic paint from drying out so I can keep using it. But with me experimenting with watercolor recently, it's great for reactivating the paints and even adding a cool texture if I really wanted to. This thing is a must, especially if you're painting with watercolor and gouache. One final detail that's cool is that even if you don't have one, other spray bottles can be used as well. Just unscrew and fill with water. The pros, they are cheap, it's portable for on-the-go travel. Also, other bottles can be used, or even reused, to achieve the same effect. The cons? Nothing to report on that end.
So you might be wondering why me of all people would have this next item in their possession. I don't even wear makeup, let alone even think about trying it for myself.
Yep, these are makeup brushes. I got them for a couple reasons. The main reason is they are great for cleaning off eraser particles or other small pieces. Since the bristles of the brushes are very soft, they won't leave marks on your paper. And let me tell you, these have been great for keeping my art and sketches neater than ever. The other reason is that they are great for blending paint. You can create a smooth blend or other neat effects too. Like when painting the moon, for example, I made this glow effect by swirling the makeup brush around with the still wet paint. The pros are that they are easy to clean, create nice blends, and keep your pages neater.
Good morning, Baltimore. Every day's like an open door.
So this one is an interesting item to me. Hairspray. Until now, I haven't tried using it as an art supply. I caved in when YouTube and TikTok kept recommending it to me. So what this can do is basically act like a fixative and prevent your pencils or charcoal from smudging. I honestly would recommend getting a fixative anyway, but for curiosity's sake, let's go somewhere I rarely go to test it out. Outside! Alright, if you're wondering why I'm wearing a mask outside, is because the odor from the hairspray is really strong, and I really don't want to breathe that in too much because it'll make me cough and gag and all that stuff, and Lord knows I don't want any of that in my lungs. So, alright, let's get this show on the road. Alright, so I'm gonna spray the side that has the word hairspray, and then give it about 20-25 minutes to dry, and we'll see how good of a fixative hairspray is for your pencil and charcoal, folks. Alright, all we gotta do is give her some time to dry, and we'll see how good of a fixative this hairspray really is. 25 minutes later. So about 25 minutes have passed. So let's see how this hairspray did. So on the side with no hairspray, yeah, it's easy to smudge. Look at my finger. Oh dear God. Now for the moment of truth. Wait, what? Man, no smudging. Now for the charcoal. What? Oh my God, this is so crazy. This actually works. Final thoughts. Hairspray can be a good fixative for graphite or charcoal. Thumbs up. Still, I wouldn't use it on other art supplies. Seriously, get a fixative for your art. On the topic of hair, now here is a supply that I can't ever live without. Say hello to my little friend. It's not plugged in, is it? Yes, I'm not joking. It's a hair dryer. Not only do I use it to help me look my very best, it works as my personal heat gun. I like how it has different temperature settings and the blast radius is huge. Whenever I paint, using this is a must. It speeds up the drying time considerably. This allows me to work in longer sessions without taking too many breaks. And yes, I am the type of person where if I'm literally waiting 15 to 20 minutes for each of my layers to dry, I usually lose the motivation and completely become a couch potato. Luckily, thanks to the hairdryer, that's no longer an issue. It also works well with crayons, believe it or not. It melts the wax to create a smooth color. The only con could be your cord length. Shorter cords can be annoying to deal with if you're trying to reach a higher up area in your artwork. So yeah, I totally recommend getting a hairdryer. Just make sure to unplug it when not using it though.
Blending stumps? We don't know her. When I need blending done, I use cotton swabs.
These babies aren't just for your beauty care and hygiene. The cotton is so soft that it can act as a blending tool itself. It's double-sided, so when one side is all used up, just switch to the other side. Honestly, at least for me, they are slightly easier to use than blending stumps. And plus, since they are cotton swabs, I don't feel too bad for throwing them away. They're not like paper plates where they'll pile up very quickly. Also, you can even get them at places such as the dollar store, so pricing isn't an issue either, which is great. All in all, use them for blending. I totally recommend giving them a shot. So, I know that these are two completely different items. However, since they both do the same thing anyway, I decided to classify them as one item altogether. We have baby oil and rubbing alcohol. I didn't buy these for their original intended purpose. Actually, that's a lie. I had a really bad scrape and had to get the rubbing alcohol to help with that. I use these guys to blend my crayons and colored pencils. And let me tell you, these are awesome. I think the rubbing alcohol does a better job with colored pencils, but the baby oil has helped me a lot and is better with crayons. I like to switch between the two to use them both up. Also, they are pretty cheap supplies to get. The only thing is that they can be messy, and using too much can soak through the paper. So be mindful when applying them to your surface. No joke, get these. Your blending will improve dramatically.
Hey you!
Me?
Yeah, you! Trying to get rid of your Mario Valentine's tin?
Yeah?
Well, don't you dare, because do I have the solution for you!
And what's that?
You can use it as a carrying tin for your crayons!
Really? Tell me more.
Well, my clueless friend who hasn't gotten the simple point,
Hey!
instead of throwing away your metal candy tins, stuff them with crayons! Since it's metal, you don't need to worry about the tin breaking. Also, if you want to color on the go and bring lots of crayons, it's the perfect size and it also helps the environment by recycling! But wait, there's more! This not only works for this tin, but it could work with other tins such as Altoids or other metal tins. So what are you waiting for? Go give it a try! And tell everyone else to give it a shot too!
You got it. Hey guys, I have to tell you. Wait. You saw the whole thing? Even the part where I was using a commercial voice to talk to myself? Well, this is awkward. And there you have it. Those are some of the household items that you can use as art supplies. Are there any household items that I didn't mention in this video? Well, let's get talking down in the comments below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, why not also leave a like, share it with friends and family. Follow and subscribe to keep up with more content from me in the future. I really enjoy making videos like this, and believe it or not, your ongoing support really helps a lot. Anyway, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye! Hey there everyone, JG Art Creator here. Today we are going to paint a corgi with a cheap watercolor set. So without further ado, let's get into it.
For today's drawing, I will be using the watercolor set produced by Art Skills. So here is my corgi sketch that I have done off camera. Look, I even gave him a little ice cream cone on his neckerchief. While I am happy with the overall sketch itself, I'm going to touch up a few spots that feel off, like the highlight on the nose for example, and also refine the mouth a little bit. And for the sunglasses, I'm not going to make them see-through. That was actually a big mistake on my part. I forgot that sunglasses, you can't really see through them. So with that said, let's get tracing on our tracing paper. Now you might be wondering, why did you only trace half of the doggy? So that way I can take the good side of the drawing that I like and flip it over. Alright, now that I have my outline Corgi sketch ready to go, I am going to get my LED light box and transfer it onto the watercolor paper. Okay, now that the outline has been successfully transferred on the watercolor paper and it is also taped down, I'm going to head in with my kneaded eraser to lighten up the lines a little bit. Not to the point where they vanish off the paper completely, but to the point where they are barely visible and I can still see them for when I'm painting. So now I'll go in with this yellow color to give the piece some warmth and to also tone down the paper. I'll also be using this flat brush to evenly spread out the color, to get it all nice and even. And then I'll go in with my hair dryer to quickly dry it so I can get started on the next layer. So what I like to do is I work from top to bottom. So now I'll start working on this dog's ears. Going to go in with this pastel pink. I really like this pink, but I'm starting to see that, yeah, this watercolor set is a little chalky, but I think it's something I can work around if I keep going. So now I'm going to go in with this chocolatey color for the fur. I'll also be painting outside of the lines because, like fur, strands stick out. Strands stick up. They're not flat. Well, unless you gel them down, but why would you do that to a dog? Fur just sticks out. That's part of nature. Alright, so next I'll be working on his face. I'm going to make it this peach color to contrast with the brown and dark gray fur. There we go. We'll spread it as much as I humanly can. within the face. Alright, make sure not to touch the mouth or the teeth or anything, or even the tongue right here. Next, let's tackle this tongue. I'll leave a bit of white space for the highlight, and well, I kind of went in with the wrong color at first, so I'm going to quickly wash that away and then start going in with the pink again to hopefully cover it up. For the line down the tongue and also a bit of darker areas, I'll go in with this dark pink right here. A little bit here, a little bit there. For some reason, my paint pen wasn't working, so I'm going to go in with this whiteout that I have. It actually works for the most part, but it is a little messy. Alright, next we'll get the inside of the mouth, and then we'll also get the jowls going as well. Alright, and then I went in with whiteout on my brush. First off, bad idea. So, for finer detail, let's switch back to the white paint marker, which, thank God, it's working now. To make the teeth stick out more, I'm going to go in with my 3B graphite pencil. Alright, let's get started on the nose. For the nose, I'll make it a darker gray. It looks black right now because of the camera, but believe it or not, it is a darker gray. And I'll blow dry that a bit, refine the nose a bit, and then I will actually go in with black for the nostrils and also the little line through his nose. I also see that I need to touch up his face a bit, so I'm going to go in with that peach color again, spread the paint out a little more, and then also add more paint to make the color pop. Then I'll go in with my paint marker and add the highlight to the nose and even refine this highlight on the tongue a little bit more. Alright, let's add some line work for the snout, and we'll also add some line work for the jaw right here. Alright, let's go finish the rest of his fur. Oh my god, I just realized that with this dark brown and peach color next to each other, this color scheming is giving me Tasmanian Devil from Looney Tunes vibes. I would be so terrified if this dog started going like he does in the cartoons. Like, I would be so scared right now. Alright, let's patch in the rest of this dark gray here on this side. Alright, next let's work on the eyes. Get this light green in here. Paint the other eye as well. And then I'll go in with a darker green to make the lighter green a highlight. Alright, now we'll go in with black for the pupils right here. Yep, as even as I can. It's okay if I cover a bit of the white on the paper. Don't worry, I have the solution for that. Yep, just keep on going, keep on going. Let's use my paint pen to get the white over here. And then for any color that's supposed to be white, like how this brown bled through, good thing I can go over it with this paint marker. Thank God paint markers and watercolor work so well together. Alright, let's go in with this purple color for the sunglasses. I'm making them purple because purple is cool. I will admit it definitely isn't one of the best purples in the world to work with. It definitely could be more pigmented, but you know what? I'll do what I can. I'm gonna keep going and adding layers until I get that good dark purple I want. So just keep going, keep going. You're good, you're good, you're good. Alright, I'm gonna go in with the black from the set for the lenses. What's weird is this black dries a really, really dark gray. I don't know if it's a watercolor thing. I heard that some watercolor sets with the black, it dries a really dark gray. So I'm gonna go in a couple times to spread a more darker, richer color around. And use my paint marker to add little highlights to, like, give, you know, light is hitting off these sunglasses. And then I'll even get the little middle bridge of the sunglasses, because light can hit there too. Alright, let's get started on the neckerchief. We're gonna make it also purple to match the sunglasses. And yeah, again, these purples, I don't know why, but these purples are just not really cooperating with me. Like, they're really not as pigmented as I thought they would be. And it is driving me a little nuts, I'm not gonna lie. But it's okay, we got this, we got this. Alright, let's paint around this ice cream shape, paint around it real good here. Let's grab my graphite pencil so that way I can get the outline done with this ice cream cone, and also get the lines in because it is a waffle cone here. Alright, let's start working on the rest of the body. I used a pencil to sketch where the legs would be to separate it from the body. And then we'll go in with this peach color again. Let's go back in with this brown color. Alright, we'll paint this side, and then we'll paint a little bit on this side too. And I'll also leave some space because I want to go in and add more gray fur right around here. And lastly, let's finish this background. Let's add more yellow to give it more warmth and also to make it more vibrant. There we go, doing good, doing good. Alright, and let's not stop there. Let's add some orange here, and then we'll also add some orange circles right around here, right around the piece. We're gonna make this a warm piece, folks. Let's get some red going around too, and I'll also go in with an extra layer or two to make the colors pop even more. And done! And there you have it, a corgi painted with cheap watercolors. Overall, I'm pretty happy with how this piece turned out. Granted, the watercolor set was not the best in the world to work with, but I've worked with way worse art supplies compared to these. And look, it still turned out nice. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like, follow, comment down below what you think of the art piece, share it with friends, and be sure to ring the notification bell so that way you're aware of any other uploads that I do on this channel. And that about does it. This has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next art video. See ya! Before we begin, I would like to thank my very own mother for making this video possible. I love you, Mom. You rock. Aww. Hey guys, JG Art Creator here. Back again to test and review a new art supply my very own mother gifted me. This is the Avenue Art Oil Pastel set. Purchased from Ross, originally these were worth $8, but since it's Ross, they were discounted to $4.99. Nearly 50% off. This set comes in a cute carrying case, has 36 colors, and even has a sharpener too. It also has some notable qualities according to the front. Ahem! They are oil-based. Well, I hope so, because oil is in the name of the supply. Vibrant colors. Okay, that's a good thing to point out. Smooth texture. Okay. Blendable. That's very important, so we will see about that. Soft touch. Okay. And lastly, non-toxic. So without further ado, let's open this baby up. Wow. Just by looking at it, the color range is phenomenal. There are a decent amount of yellows, you have your typical varieties of greens and blues, and even the oddball colors like pink and lavender. Look, it even comes with two metallics, silver and gold. The pastels themselves look good. Wait, there's something odd about that light blue one. Oh my god, it looks like someone bit into the pastel and just put it back in. Oh my god. Aside from that, they do look good. In fact, I really like this carrying case. It's really adorable, and it's a good size for taking it with you. As a bonus, they even gave an extra white in here since most people use it for blending or lightening up their colors. That's pretty cool. And here we have the sharpener. This looks like something that either Fisher-Price or Crayola would make. How does this work? Do I just turn this? That comes off. What about this? Wait, this is the point? I'll have to figure this out later. I literally have no idea how the engineering of this even works. In my defense, there are no instructions that came with this thing. Okay, let's just move on to the swatching before I get even more baffled by this weird tech. They are very crumbly, so let's take my makeup brush and just brush those off. Alright, I have quite a bit to say about these. I'm very impressed with how most of the colors are vibrant. Some of these guys just pop! Unfortunately, the peach color was not really doing it for me. As for the metallics, while they don't look bad, they just aren't shiny like I thought they would be, like most metallic colors usually are. I would also like to address that these were not the smoothest to put down. At first, I thought I was remembering that oil pastels were always like this. Just in case, I compared it to my Lowell Cornell oil pastels. And yeah, already I can see and feel the difference. The Lowell Cornell one was a lot smoother and less crumbly compared to the Avenue Art one. To be clear, the Avenue pastels were soft to the touch, but the pastel being applied onto the paper wasn't the smoothest. So maybe the smooth claim was a big, fat lie. So far, these pastels are doing okay. Heck, just throwing it out there, these might not be lay fast either. It doesn't say that anywhere on the side with the fancy buzzwords. So keep that in mind. Okay, with swatching out of the way, let's try some layering and blending. Okay, this caught me by surprise. Blending similar colors like these oranges and yellow, or a pink with these reds, turned out nice. Blending two different colors such as this red and blue made a really nice purple. This turned out really nice as well. Let's ignore this monstrosity and move on. Here I tried blending the red out with my finger, and I'll be honest, it wasn't the best experience. It felt a little too rough. However, using a cotton swab on the orange did turn out better, even if some of the color vibrancy did get lost. The layering turned out surprisingly good too. For the most part, the blue was completely covered by the other colors. Yellow did mix a tiny bit, but still, most of it went over just fine. Okay folks, with the swatching all done, and the layering and blending tests complete, it's time to move on to the next, and arguably the most important part of seeing if these pastels are truly good or not. The drawing. Alrighty, so for this drawing I figured the most appropriate subject would be a peacock. Mainly because on the front of the pastels case, they drew a peacock for it. So what better way to test these babies out is by drawing what's on the front cover. First, I start by sketching the subject and figuring out the proportions. I'm going in very lightly, and then once I get things where they should be, I blot them in more clearly. Then I will of course use my kneaded eraser to lighten up the line work, and now, ladies and birdmen, let's bring out the pastels! For the background, I was having some sort of Barbie epiphany. You know the drill. Make everything hot pink. Fun fact, off tangent, this footage right now is kinda awkward because most of the footage from this angle was mainly my huge head getting in the way of the camera. so I'm so sorry about that. Man, I really wore this paint out. I think now is a good time to figure out how this mysterious sharpener works. So after consulting my team of expert researchers, I realized that they were absolutely no help to me at all. So I consulted Google, and now, let me pass on the good word to you. Step 1. Take that pointy fella out. Step 2. Put pastel on the side with the open grips. Step 3. Grab the pointy tip and put it on top of the pastel. Step 4. Grind. Ah, she's looking great! Alright, so let's keep on going. Next, I'm going to blend this all out with a Q-tip. Well, maybe like 3 dozen of them at the time of this audio being recorded. Also, yes, my hands were hurting like heck after doing this for a while. Next, let's get working on the body. I want him to be as bright orange as a Skittle. For the wings, I wanted to try my hand at stippling for texture. Stippling, when you want to take forever with your artwork. Okay, for this next part, let's get those, let me Google that, ocellis in. I'll be honest, getting clean lines with these pastels is such a challenge. Sometimes they blot out more color in places where you really don't want them to be. But it's okay, I'll keep flying with it. Let's get those other little details in. Here I'll make his sides yellow. Okay, the texture and those eye things, especially with how these pastels go down, isn't doing it for me. So I'm going to blend them out to make them smoother. Let's get those puffy feathers in here. Lather, rinse, repeat. Now time for the face. Let's get his beak on and those other little details. Here are his little eyes, so he can see his gorgeous self. Alrighty, let's get those ocellis all connected to him. Lastly, let's get that feathery texture all up in here. We are almost there, guys. And done! So overall, my feelings on these pastels are kinda mixed. I love the color range. I love the cute packaging. An extra white and sharpener being included. I love all of these things. But when it came to the actual performance, they really weren't all that cracked up to be. They weren't the smoothest to apply on the paper. Some of the colors turned out downright awful. And then also there were other bits of color within certain pastels. And to top it all off, they were very crumbly. Too much for my liking. But hey, in the end, I will still appreciate them and have fun with them. Especially since one of my favorite people in the whole entire world gifted them to me. Thank you, Mom. I really appreciate you. And I'm so glad to have your ongoing support in all of the things that I do. And that brings us to the end. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed this video and want to see more content from me, why not consider leaving a like and following or subscribing for more. Also, sharing this around will really help me out a lot too. Also, why not comment down below on what you think of this art piece, or what art supply has someone dear to you gifted you? I would definitely love to know. Alright guys, with all of that said, I'll see you in the next one.
Hi there, JG Art Creator, back again with another video. So thrift stores and I have quite the history with each other. Thanks to my mom, and especially my favorite aunt. You gals rock, by the way. Going to the thrift store would be a common thing to do with me and my family growing up. And sometimes we would find some amazing stuff at some of these places. I'm talking board games, video games, plushies, the list just goes on and on. And today, I'm going to try my hand at finding art supplies from a thrift store. This isn't the first time I've found art supplies from a thrift store. In the past, I have found good art supplies.
Crayola's twistable crayons. I love how more precise you can get with these.
And not so good art supplies.
Oh my god. What's that smell? What the... Oh my...
So why don't we give it at least one more shot? Before we begin, there are a few disclaimers I should make you aware of, if you so wish to do this challenge for yourself. First things first, you have no idea where any of these items have been. So if you do pick up an item from a thrift store, I would recommend deep cleaning it with a Lysol wipe or whatever you have around the house. So that way you don't run the risk of getting sick from the germs on this item. Secondly, you're not guaranteed to find what you want from a thrift store. What they have on the shelf is what they have on the shelf, and unfortunately, that's just something you're going to have to deal with. Items that you buy could be broken or missing pieces. Thrift stores sell items as is, and usually most of those items are secondhand. Again, this is people giving away their junk or things that they no longer need or want. There is a reason why they gave away that item in the first place. Lastly, if you are new to art, I wouldn't recommend thrift stores as your first choice for looking for quality art supplies. There are plenty of great and affordable art supplies out there. If you're not sure where to look or where to start, a great video done by Super Ray Dizzle will be linked either up here or down in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. Give it a watch. It's a really well thought out video, and I feel like it will help a lot of people out. Oh boy. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let's get back to the fun.
Oh my god, guys. Look at this cute little skeleton. He has a little saxophone. Oh, I gotta have him. Look guys, a regular show DVD. Man, I remember when this cartoon was brand new on Cartoon Network. It was a really good show. A jolly good show, I should say. Solid tempera paint sticks. Ooh, and there's skin tones too. These could be fun. Oh my god, guys, look, a bingo cage. I used to have one of these as a kid, and if I remember right, we actually kind of dented the one we had years and years ago. So, ooh, a container of colored pencils for only $2.99. Snatch! A cat food bin. And look how cute it is. This is screaming my name. Oh my god, oh my god.
Alright, we are back from our little shopping adventure. So I did end up getting that cat food bin, that regular show DVD, and of course, since it's Halloween, I got that sexy skeleton. So while I get these art supplies ready, why not enjoy a little solo from my new sexy man? So for our first art supply from this haul, I would love to say that we might be starting off with a bang!
Here we have Quick Sticks Solid Tempera Paint Sticks. I couldn't think of a creative way to introduce this. I got these for the price of $4.99, and these were never opened. According to the front, there are 14 global skin tones, they are mess-free, and they dry in 90 seconds. And also they're washable. On the back, it repeats the same jargon that I just spat out for you. These are good to paint on.
Posters, paper, wood, rocks, eggs, pumpkins, windows, mirrors.
It also says that the company that makes these is called the Pencil Grip. That's actually a pretty clever name for a company, not gonna lie. It also says that there's no water needed, you can uncap, twist, and paint, and that they are nut, egg, gluten, dairy, oat, and soy-free.
Were they worried kids were going to eat these?
It also says that they have their full lineup of their sticks right up on their site. And looking on that site right now, we can see that these sticks usually go for $18.99.
Damn, I got these for a bargain.
Let's get into it, shall we? I think the designs of these sticks are pretty cute. The shining silver logo is mesmerizing to my eyes. If I had to nitpick one thing about these sticks, is that there are no color names on these. And I'm the person that wants to know what exact color I'm using while drawing. Let's uncap these babies and give them the swatch test. I'll admit, these colors turned out quite nice. The way the sticks felt against the paper, it was like as if I was using a glue stick. But in a good way. Another nitpick I have with this set is that I wish a few more lighter, pinker skin tones were included. The dark range is good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the lighter skin tone range in this set is quite lacking. I mean, look at Crayola's Colors of the World set, for example. They have 24 colors in their lineup, and that set has a good balance of light and dark skin tones. So next, let's see how these babies dry. First, let's rub it instantly after we apply it to the paper. Yep, it's coming off alright. Alright, let's see if that 90-second claim is true. 90 seconds later. And yeah, it's on that paper real good. And it feels dry too. Lastly, let's see how these blend. Holy cow, that turned out better than I expected. Like, look how smooth these transitions are. Like, it's almost seamless. Alright, my overall thoughts on these tempera paint sticks. The colors that are in this set turned out really, really nice. Although, I wish a few more lighter, pinker colors were included to represent more different types of skin. They also dry extremely well, and blend into each other quite nicely. So, was it worth it that I got it for $4.99? Heck yeah! Would I pay the original asking price of $18.99? Honestly, with how well these work, I definitely would. I definitely have to check out their normal color lineup in the future. So for this next art supply, let's slip back into the comfort zone. Next up, we have this collection of colored pencils that I got for $2.99. And if we look really closely, we can see that these are from the brand Artist Loft. For those that don't know, Artist Loft is the store brand of art supplies you can find at Michael's Craft Stores. Think of it as like the Great Value brand at Walmart, if you will. as we can see, these pencils have definitely seen some use. And what's funny is that this case is not even from the same brand. This is actually a Creatology marker case. Creatology is one of those art brands that pops up in almost every art store, at least in the US.
Oh god. There's quite a few in here. So the grand total of how many colored pencils are in this tin is a whopping total of 84.
Now that is a lot of colored pencils. So if we were to look up the closest amount of colored pencils we can get in a set from Artist Loft, it would be their 72 set. And that usually goes for $39.99. Meanwhile, if we were to get the 100 pack from Crayola, that would go for $20.46. Nearly half the price. And if we wanted to get extra fancy, then the 72 pack from Prismacolor would go for $99.99, doubling the price from Artist Loft. And the Creatology marker case goes for $3.99 normally.
Alrighty, now that I have my paper ready and these colored pencils ready, let's get right to swatching. Before I give my final verdict on these colored pencils, I'm going to try some blending and layering. These colored pencils definitely are just okay.
The colors that I swatched out were actually pretty darn good, I'm not gonna lie. Not the best in the world, but good enough to get the job done. And heck, they even blend good too. However, when I tried layering these, I was pretty disappointed. They don't layer over each other very well, so if you planned on covering something up with these, well, good luck. And for reference, I also compared the Artist Loft brand to Crayola and Prismacolor side by side. Comparing them to Crayola, they are slightly more pigmented. However, I can still get the job done just fine with the cheaper Crayola. And also, I barely see a difference when I layered with either one of them. And of course, comparing them to Prismacolor, the difference between them is night and day. Granted, the Prismacolors are twice the price of Artist Loft, but the pigmentation is there, the blendability is there, and layering, oh boy, the layering, it's just so much better. So I guess to close the book on these colored pencils, here's what I have to say. Was it a steal for $2.99? You bet your sweet bippy it is. Would I pay full price for a full set of these pencils? Probably not. If they were priced at around $30, maybe, but even then, I would still probably go with the cheaper Crayola if I wanted to just color and practice. Would I pay the full price for the case? Absolutely. It's a good size for travel, and it can hold a decent amount of colored pencils and markers. So yeah, definitely pick this case up if you see it.
Now, before I open this last bag, I should probably tell you that there is only one noteworthy item in this thing. But since I am such a nice guy, I'll give these little guys in here a little
Lightning First, we have thick pens. These ones write 40% longer. These are handy for outlining, and I can use these for my job. Here we have Ford Mustang pencils. I know jack crap about cars, but these are still cool. And the eraser's not half bad on these either. And then we have Crayola crayons. You can't go wrong with a classic. They are good for coloring and made with solar power.
Oh my god, that actually strained my voice a little bit.
You want to know what my favorite part of Halloween is? Celebrating Christmas early.
Lastly, we have a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer children's art set. And no, this is not a figment of my imagination. This thing is real. God, I remember watching Rudolph all the time as a kid. And I still love it. I still love little Rudolph. This kit was made by a company called Bendon. And believe it or not, it's a company that's still around today. They are known for making kits, coloring books, and other things for children by partnering with various companies such as Disney, DC, Hasbro. The list goes on and on. Man, these guys have a lot of brands under their belt. And Sonic. Let me see. Oh. On the back, here's what should be included in this art kit. There are 12 crayons, 6 colored pencils, a pencil sharpener, 12 watercolors, and a paintbrush I'll never, ever use in my life. And supposedly, this thing originally went for $3.99.
Alright, the outside may be beat up, but I'm hoping that the inside is hopefully mostly intact. Here it goes.
Oh god, this thing is a mess. The sharpener is missing. Despite them looking mostly new, one of the colored pencils is missing. All of the crayons are here, however, they really reek of wax, and when I touched them, they felt sticky. The watercolors look a little beat up. The brush is missing. Honestly, thank God for that. It also seems that it came with a couple stickers, however, one of them is missing, and the one that's here is looking a little crusty. So before I even attempt to use this thing, let's give it a very good cleanup first. Well, sir, what do you think of this art kit with me and Rudolph?
I think these supplies are a load of crap!
Is it wrong that the only good thing I found in this kit was the pencil? I know that this kit is made for small children, but come on. The colored pencils barely had any pigment to them and they were super scratchy. The crayons. Dear God, I don't want to talk about these. I think the footage just speaks for itself. The watercolors? Yeah, they are just cheap paint. You have to really drench them in a lot of water just to be able to get any usability out of them. Even with its cheap price of $3.99, I still would not pay that, even back in the day. The Christmas special may be timeless, but this art kit definitely ain't. In all honesty, I may actually end up throwing this away after this video is done.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up my thrift store art supply haul. As you can see, we got some good art supplies, and then some very bad art supplies. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed watching this video, why not give it a like? And while you're at it, if you want to see more of this beautiful mug and the other art stuff that I like to do, be sure to follow and subscribe for more. Share this video with friends to help more people see it. And comment down below if you got any good art supplies from the thrift store. This has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you in the next one.
Greetings, my fellow ghosts and ghouls. This is JG Art Creator, back again to haunt you with his new frightening Halloween special! Ooh! In this super scary video, I will be painting 4 haunted Halloween arts and crafts projects! Ooh! So, to get into the Halloween spirit, why don't I slip into something a little more fitting for the occasion? Ooh!
There we go. Now it's starting to really feel like Halloween. So, without further delay, why don't we get this show underway?
So first up, we have ourselves a pumpkin. And if you listen real closely, it's not even a real pumpkin. It's fake. I decided to go with a fake one for 2 reasons. Firstly, I wasn't sure how I felt about painting over real fruit. And second, I did not want to deal with this. So why don't we get started, shall we? Now, as that cute little intro stated, I am actually doing a Pac-Man themed pumpkin. I'm starting off by painting this whole entire thing black. You know, because Pac-Man's maze takes place in a dark black void. So to make it easier on myself, I'm starting from the very bottom. And also I have a trash bag right underneath my pumpkin because I don't want my painting sheet, I want to call it, to get too messy. Oh crap. Yep, it's stuck in there. Yep. Thank God I put this bag down when I did. Hey, if you hold the pumpkin like this, he kinda looks like he has a full set of hair. And all he needs is a little face on him. Now let's paint the rest of the pumpkin black. Let's finish her up. Alright, she's looking very good, very good. Alright, so for the next step, I'm actually going to go in with a tool that I never ever used before. These King Art Mixed Media Gel Sticks. Oh, I'm hoping that these are good. Alright, so my first impressions of these mixed media gel sticks is that they are very colorful and vibrant. Like, this white is just woo! And that yellow, oh my god, that yellow was poppin'. However, I do have to say that I am not the biggest fan of how these feel against the pumpkin. Like, they feel very, very slimy is the word I want to use. And also, they don't cover a whole entire area like I wanted it to, so Some areas, especially with the gel sticks, are gonna look a little weird, but hey, what can you do? I'm just gonna keep rolling with the punches as is. And what is a Pac-Man pumpkin without a few little ghosts running around on it too? Alright, let's get Blinky on in here. Oh my god, I am in love with this red, I'm not gonna lie. This red, oh yes, it's like sexy. And what is also a Pac-Man game without some fruit. I'm gonna draw a little cherry. Let's get this round cherry here. And lastly, we'll add another ghost here. AKA one of my favorite ghosts in the gang, Inky. You know, the dumb light blue ghost that always messes up everything. God, I always loved him growing up while playing Pac-Man World 2. And it also helps that he's actually one of my favorite colors. We'll add some little details like Pac-Man's eye, and these highlights on these cherries. Alright, now here comes the really fun part. Googly eyes! Alright, easy does it. And done. And there we have it. 1 spooky craft down, 3 more to go. Next up, we have this cute little kitty cat. But look out, he got fangs. So first, let's do a little layer of clear gesso on this fine feline here. After that has completely dried, let's go in with the black. Let's make sure not to forget the sides of the cat. Alright, now it's time to work on the main attraction, the front. Before I get back to my acrylic paint, let me use my white paint marker to fill in the crevices that I need to. Yeah, the paint marker wouldn't fit where the teeth are, so paintbrush it is. Alright, let's get those eyes going. Alright, now for the black paint marker. Alright, let's finish off this mouth. Alright, now let's mix a very bright orange for the kitty's ears. Heck, I'll even make the nose orange too. For the eyes, let's make these a bright neon green. And finally, we are tackling the fur. Now here's a surprise. Let's add some glitter! And lastly, let's add some ketchup. My cat has ketchup on his teeth. He's almost obsessed with it as Pikachu is. Yeah, he just bit into my bottle of Heinz ketchup. Yeah, we'll go with that. And with that pathetical eye out of the way, our kitty craft is now finished.
Don't worry, guys. We're already halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there.
Next up, we have this cute little snail. It's scary because it has a skull for a shell. Ooh! And today, we are going to model that snail after a very special snail from a beloved children's cartoon series. I'm talking about the one, the only, Get Bessie from Disney's Amphibia. Hey, Amphibia is a great show. What can I say? Alright, let's start painting the underbelly. And also, there's actually something underneath this snail that's actually really cool. And I won't tell you until the very end of this craft, so why not stick around? Alright, next, let's tackle this bad boy of a shell here. And while I'm doing that, I do want to formally apologize to people that really were expecting me to paint this snail in the style of Gary. But I decided against that for two reasons. One, my best friend in the whole wide world wanted me to paint Bessie because he is a huge fan of Amphibia. And I don't blame him, that show is freaking fire. And second, I felt like painting Gary would be a bit too obvious of a choice for cartoon snails, and I didn't want to be too unoriginal, I guess. But anyway you slice it, this snail craft is still pretty cool, and if they have it again for Halloween next year, I'll definitely do Gary. Let me know down below if you guys want to see a Gary the Snail Halloween craft next year. Alright, now let's finish this scary skull. Ooh. Next, let's add some spots to Bessie's skull shell. Alright, now let's bust out my black paint marker. Alright, let's get up in here too. My paint marker was starting to give out and was becoming very splotchy, so back to my regular black acrylic paint. Alright, now it's finally time to attack her body and face. So let's keep mixing our paints until we get the color that matches her body. We'll paint a little here, we'll paint a little there, and paint a little right here. Alright, now let's get to her belly. Alright, now let's get these eye stalks, and of course, that little mustache? I don't know what that is called. I think those are the whiskers. Alright, easy does it. Alright, let's give her her little eyes. Let's give her a big smile. And then we are done. And now to reveal the secret. Alright, that just leaves one more craft left to go. And last, but not certainly least, we have this cute little flytrap craft. And he's so giving me Autry 2 vibes.
Feed me! Feed me!
And just like the snail craft, he also has a light switch located right on his back. So instead of my paint marker, I'm going to try one of my many Sharpies to see if it gets the same results for outlining. Alright, that kind of bled a little too much for my liking. Yeah, it's just bleeding into the wood.
Oh god, yeah, I'm just gonna go switch back to my paint marker now. I don't know. I'm not trusting this Sharpie right now. Oh my god, the paint from this paint marker is bleeding so bad into this woodcraft. Like, dear god. Outlining this thing so far honestly has been a nightmare. Oh god, this thing is like really scary to look at right now. Alright, let's start working on these eyeballs. Alright, let's get this other one too. Alright, and now we start working on the top half of his mouth. Now let's get into them eye stalks. And we'll get here too. And then we'll glob up this tongue with this very cool purple. And now we'll paint his teeth. And thank God acrylic paint is so opaque and that you can always cover it up with a different color if you mess up. This is why I love acrylic paint so much. It is just so forgiving compared to some of the other paints that I've tried. And yeah, I decided that I wanted to change this purple to a more warmer violet, so yeah, the original purple wasn't doing it for me anymore. And now, on to the leaves. And lastly, let's get this pot. And now time to see it glow.
With all of our spooky crafts now finished, there's only one last thing we have to do. Set them up for Halloween.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of JG Art Creator's Spooky Halloween Special. Ooh! If you enjoyed the tricks and the treats from this video, be sure to leave it a like. Also, be sure to follow and subscribe for more, or else I will haunt your dreams. Share this video with friends and family to also give them a scare. And be sure to comment down below what your favorite piece from this video was. With all of that said, I wish you all a happy Halloween and see you in the next video. Ooh.
Jelly Gouache. If you're an artist already, this paint needs little to no introduction. But for those uninitiated, Jelly Gouache is a type of gouache paint that is stored in these cute little cups. They are also known to have a very thick consistency, almost like actual jelly, hence the name Jelly Gouache. This paint medium went viral quite a few years ago. Almost every artist I was following online was testing out this type of paint, particularly the Himi gouache set produced by the company Mia. I held off getting Jelly Gouache for one particular reason, which I'll get into later. But yeah, as you guessed by the title of this video, I ended up caving in.
I actually ended up getting 3 different sets, believe it or not. First, I got this small set at Michael's for $6 by the brand Artislav, which is the store brand of art supplies sold at Michael's locations. Then I got this set from Five Below, of all places. I heard this set is utter trash. Then I got this big old boy here from Michael's.
it is their Artist Loft Jelly Gouache set of 24 colors. This went for around $24, I believe. What's neat is that it comes with a few brushes, and it also comes with its own mixing palette. Pretty cool. To make things simpler, not just for me, but for all of you viewers out there, I will only be covering the small 6-pack made by Artist Loft. I will cover the other sets at a later date, but for now, let's see if this 6-pack, and also Jelly Gouache as a medium, is all that in a bag of chips. God, now I'm hungry all of a sudden. First, let's start with the packaging. I'll be honest, it's as basic as it gets. There's nothing really special about it, but it gets the job done, I guess. One thing I will praise it for is that it shows you the tubs of the colors that are included. A little sneak peek, if you will. On the back, we have the list of the color names, as well as instructions on how to use this gouache set, and also how to care for it as well. Again, this is another neat thing, especially for a medium that I am not familiar with. I also enjoy some of the color names that are listed on here too, such as grass green and acid blue. Now, that is pretty sick. Now, this doesn't sound so bad for a $6 paint set, right? However, there's actually one problem that this set already has, and we haven't even began opening up yet. Hey contestants, can you guess what that might be? I'll even give a hint. It's with the color selection. Go!
They didn't make the white enough. Oh.
I see. It needs another blue, just like the jacket I'm wearing. What? Oh, I know the answer, honey. That set needed more pink. What?
No! Oh my god, you 3 contestants are a bunch of idiots. The answer was there was no black. No black.
Oh. Oh no, he didn't just call me an idiot. Don't worry about it, I'ma get you later, don't you worry, honey.
That's right, a paint set that doesn't include black. You know, a color vital to painting. A color that you need to get different gray tones or to get different shades of colors. This is a bit of a problem, especially for those that buy this set as a starter set to gouache. This forces the buyer to either invest in a whole separate black paint tube of gouache, which can be double the price of this very set, or just go to their bigger set of 18 or 24. Honestly, I don't know why they didn't want to include a black to begin with. I'll be honest with you here, if you're interested in trying Jelly Gouache at all, just make the leap to the bigger set. It comes with a lot more colors that you need, as well as a black. Alright, let's just move on to opening the gouache set itself. Hey, can we get that funky music back on, please? Snap, snap. Oh my god, they're individually wrapped. Oh my god. This is actually really hard to open, not gonna lie, and oh my god. I'm already getting paint on myself. Oh god, this is so... Oh my god, oh. Oh my god, this is so nasty. Oh my god. It looks pretty though, but oh my god, my finger. Alright, let's give these guys a little stir. Alrighty, so here's my swatch sheet all mapped out. Along with the color names, I will be swatching 3 different levels of paint. One will be where the paint will have no water, the next will be with some water, and then one where the paint is completely watered down. Alright guys, let's do this! I'll admit, for a $6 gouache set, these paints are turning out really good. The colors turned out lovely and they dry beautifully. The opacity on some of them is really nice. And when I added water, they were breaking down pretty dang good. Like this orange, this red, this yellow, and that blue and white, pretty good. However, I will note that that green color is looking a little sus. For some reason, when I added quite a bit of water to it, it wouldn't break down like normal. Other than that, these paints are doing really well so far. With that said, it's time for the next round, layering and reactivation. So I gave the paints some time to dry. Now, let's see how good they are at reactivating. At this point, I started mixing my own colors just to see what different results I could get. I'm even gonna try and make my own orange here. Maybe I can rival that orange that's in this set. Let's find out. Not really. But this is still a nice orange, so I'm not gonna complain about that. I gotta say, these paints are reactivating almost as well as they did from the tub. Now, this is impressive. And they kind of blend together decently too by the bottom swatch I did there. So yeah. Now let's see how these babies layer. So for this test, I have made a chart using different levels of wash with my deep red. I will then use my grass green with the same various amounts of water as well, layering it over top. Just as I expected. The thinner the wash on top of a previous layer, the more likely it's going to mix with the color underneath. But of course, the thicker the next layer is, the more it's going to cover up the color underneath. Now this is what gouache is supposed to do. For this part of the test, I'll say it now, this gouache set passes with flying colors. Before we get into the drawing portion of this video, let's get into why I held off on getting jelly gouache for so long. Yep, here it is, folks. The reason why I didn't get jelly gouache in the first place. If you're not consistent with your artwork with gouache, then this set will dry out like crazy. And what can be even more problematic is that mold can grow inside these jelly paints. So if you wish to reuse said paint, you have to go through the painstaking process of putting water in each one and mixing them together until they are the right consistency. If you're the type of person that can't keep up with maintaining their art supplies on a regular basis, then please steer clear from this paint. For such an affordable art supply, it really does require a high level of maintenance. Yikes. On a brighter note, let's get to that drawing. Alright guys, it's finally time to get this drawing started. And for today's drawing, I wanted to do a Christmas tree. I have this sketch here I did in pencil and crayons as a base to go off of. So yeah, without further ado, let's get this thing started, shall we? First, let's lighten up this outline with my kneaded eraser. I don't want much of the graphite to mix with the gouache, just in case. I know gouache is opaque and it can cover up stuff, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. So now let's finish this up right here. And what I like to do is I usually start the background first, so I'm going to work on that purple background by mixing this acid blue and deep red. And oh my god, this is actually turning out really nice. So funny story is that this isn't my first time with gouache. It's my first time with jelly gouache, but the last time I played with gouache was with the beginner set made by Winsor Newton. And hey, if you want to check out that video real quick too, I'll have a little bubble up there if you're on YouTube. And for now, I'm just blotting in the base colors of where I want things to be, so to speak. So while I'm finishing up this first layer, I do want to take a moment to apologize for the lack of uploads lately. The first major reason is that my main job has been picking up in business as of late, which is good, which means I get more hours and my paychecks are better, but that also means I am away from home more and hence do not have as much time doing artwork. The second reason is, well, I was doing a side project, and believe it or not, it was a lot bigger in scope than I thought it was going to be. And that was starting up a new gaming channel for myself. It's called JG Entertainment System. And if you wish to see that 45-minute video of me talking about Sonic the Hedgehog 1, then if you're on YouTube, here's a little bubble right up there. And also, it's the holiday season! So yeah, that's been going on too. Back to the painting itself. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm really not digging this so far. Maybe it's just the ugly face speaking, but oh dear god. I hope somehow, some way, I can still salvage this. Okay, alright, thank god. I just needed a layer more green on top. Alright. I think my mind was playing tricks on me because, again, the first layer was very watery. So it's a good thing I didn't give up on myself. And next, let's tackle the tree trunk. It's a bit more purple than I would have liked, but I think we can manage. Alright, let's get these Christmas balls ready to go. Okay, let's fill in more of this background now. Guys, this piece is just begging to be outlined, so I'm going to bust out my fine liners for this. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but barely any ink is going on the paper. I switched to my Micron pen, and yeah, the same thing is still happening. Like, what is going on here? Alright, time for plan B. Yes, Prismacolor. Pull through, girl. Oh my god, this is working a lot better than the fine liners. Okay, add some shine to the Christmas lights. And some to the star. Ooh, let's add some rays of light too. I just realized that the bottom point on the star was looking a little wonky, so I'm gonna do my best and try to fix that up. I also wasn't a fan of the shine on the star anymore, and I wanted to fix the rays of light a little bit. So I fixed the position of them a little bit, and I'm gonna make them a lot more opaque. Let's outline these strings and lights and even do some touch-ups in certain areas. And now time to take off the tape. And there we have it.
I'm really digging Jelly Gouache so far. It isn't bad for the money, it's actually pretty versatile, and it layers over each other quite nicely. Still wish this set had a black though. But other than that, I recommend giving these guys a shot. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. If you happen to enjoy this vid... The heck? Oh dear God. So what's good, honey? Told you I was gonna get you later, didn't I?
Why didn't I lock the door? One butt whipping later.
That guy really got me good. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like and follow or subscribe to see more. Also, share this video with other people, and be sure to comment down below what your thoughts are on Jelly Gouache, or what you think of the art piece that I did for this video. This has been JG Art Creator, and I hope to see you in the next one. Happy holidays, you wonderful people out there. This is JG Art Creator back yet again with a brand new video. And in this one, we are going to test out the acrylic markers made by the company Betum. I hope I'm saying that name right. So without further delay, let's get the show underway.
Right off the bat, I'm already digging the design of the packaging. The artwork right here is pretty dang awesome to look at. And the style for acrylic marker here is pretty dang cool too. It's reminding me of traditional Japanese art. And the company logo for Betum here, need I say more? It's well designed. In fact, the color palette here is giving me 60s and 70s vibes. And flipping over to the back, we see that it lists instructions on how to use the markers, as well as the color selection that we are given. I'm really looking forward to how these metallics perform, and I'm hoping that coffee turns out really good too. Alright, let's open this bad boy up. Yeah, this is gonna get a little messy, isn't it?
One thing I will criticize about the packaging is that I wish a plastic tray was provided with these markers. That way they can be stored in a neat and orderly fashion. I could have taken out each marker one by one, but I wanted to get them all out of the box right away. But I still stand by what I said. A plastic tray or some sort of organizer should have been included, especially when you have 24 markers.
And while the design of the markers is pretty cool itself, I will have to take some points away because the markers do not list the names of the colors. Real talk here. Why do some companies just not do that? Like, I don't get it. As for the markers themselves, they are dual tipped. We have a smaller nib, and of course, the larger nib. Okay, now that I have all of my markers organized by color, let's get to that swatch test, shall we? For this test, I am going to be using my Canson Mixed Media Sketchbook. Alright, we are good to go. Color me impressed. These markers swatched quite beautifully. And yes, metallics that are actually shiny. Yes! Now let's see how they layer on top of each other. I'll admit, for the most part, they layer on top of each other quite nicely. I will admit, the opacity of the white is a little disappointing in my eyes. But as you can see, the more we keep layering on top, the more it covers the area underneath. That's actually something I'm willing to work with. So far, these markers are performing quite nicely.
With all of the markers tested and ready to go, it's time to move on to the next step. We are going to paint butterflies.
And funny story about how I got these. Well, at my job, they threw this baby shower, if you couldn't tell by the diaper and poop symbol. And within this very box is a bunch of little wooden butterflies. And let me tell you, it was a dang shame that they forgot about them because these little things are really cute. And I really hate when things go to waste, so I decided to take them home and do something with them. And in today's video, I am going to be turning them into a Christmas gift for one of my best friends. And to keep things simple, I'm only going to be showing off the first 10 butterflies. And ain't nobody got time for all 30. Alright, so right off the bat, these are going down on the wooden butterflies very, very nicely. In fact, most of the wooden surface is already being covered by the ink. Very nice, very nice. Alright, now let's start working on the detailing, and okay, so far so good, and oh dear god. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the black, but oh god, at least the green's working better. And what? The yellow? What the heck? What's going on here? That's weird. It's almost like the opacity is being sucked out of the paint markers, like, I don't know what's going on, guys. Maybe it's the wood of the butterflies, because I am painting on wood and not on paper, but still, this came as a shock to me. And here guys, to show you that I'm not going crazy, here's me using the white marker on top of the silver here. It's almost as if the ink is mixing with the silver underneath. And the thing should be totally dry by now, so I don't know what's going on here. That's okay. That just means I have to work in more layers than I had originally anticipated. See guys, if I just keep going over and over it again, I'll eventually reach my desired level of opacity. So luckily it won't be so bad. Okay, now let's work on the back side of the butterflies. Same trick as before, first layer goes down very smoothly. Yup, there we go. And of course, the opacity is super low on some of these markers for some reason. Okay, let's finish up these patterns. And the butterflies are finished. And as a bonus, I'll be redesigning the outer case for the butterflies. It would be kind of tacky if I just gave my friend the butterfly case just like this, hoop symbol and all. Oh no, the pink is running out. Oh, come on. I still have to finish the top cover, you know? I might be able to finish this section right here, but I think I'm gonna have to switch to a different color for the top lid. You know, I think purple would be a great color to put for the top lid. And as a sneaky way to get more of the paint to cover the surface, I am actually going to spread it around with my paintbrush. And the final step is to leave a personal message. Honestly, for $12, these markers aren't that bad. They're not amazing, mind you. I do wish the opacity was better on these, and the longevity of each marker is questionable. But hey, if you're just looking to practice or do some simple crafting, then I don't see why not. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you happen to enjoy this video, be sure to leave it a like and to follow and subscribe for more content.
I got more gift projects in the making. Also, comment down below if you're willing to give these markers a shot, and what do you think of the gift that I made for my bestest, most westest friend. Also, sharing this video around is greatly appreciated. With all that being said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey there everyone, how's it going? JG Art Creator here, and I'm hoping that everyone is having a fantastic holiday season. As for myself, I can say that Christmas has been pretty good overall.
If you don't include the stress of shopping for people as well as making gifts for them.
And I figured in today's video, why don't I show off the art supplies that I've gotten as Christmas gifts from people. So without further ado, let me show you. Alright, so for this first art supply, we actually have something really cool within this little bag here. First up, we have a fountain pen made by the company Calico.
God, I'm hoping I'm saying that name right.
I know that fountain pens are mainly used for calligraphy. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert in that field, but hey, I'm willing to give it a shot. It also comes with its own set of green-black ink, as well as a syringe. This is used to refill the ink, by the way. This ain't your typical pen, folks. And also, as a little extra something, my friend actually wrote me a card with her very own fountain pen. Let's give it a read, shall we? JG, To the friend out there that gifted me these, thank you so much, and I can't wait to try these out. This very same friend also gave me some paper to try it out on. If I remember right, she said it was 52 GSM, so I know it'll be good for inking, but if I wanted to water down the ink as if it was a watercolor, I probably shouldn't do that, but maybe I should double check with her just in case before I start doing any serious stuff on this paper. Now this next item isn't an art supply per se, but it's just too cute to not show off. This is the Antiquarian Sticker Book. Not only does it come with some pages for you to decorate the stickers, you could also take out the stickers from the book and use them to decorate things such as your laptop or your phone case or anything else like that. And the stickers themselves, from what I've seen so far, are pretty dang cool. Like, look at these gemstones right here. These are very, very pretty. Then you also have stuff such as kitty cats and leaves and crazy eyeballs here. From what I've seen, this book is really, really cool, and I can't wait to see all of the stickers that it has to offer. So to the friend that got me this, thank you so much for gifting me this. I appreciate it. The very same friend that gifted me the sticker book also gifted me the Prismacolor Premier Graphite Drawing Set. So I am quite familiar with the Prismacolor Premier brand. For example, I've used their colored pencils. And let me tell you, their colored pencils are some of the best colored pencils around. So to find out that they also make graphite pencils is pretty dang cool. It comes in 18 pieces with 7 turquoise graphite pencils, 4 woodless graphite pencils, 3 water-soluble graphite pencils, 2 erasers, 1 sharpener, and 1 sanding board. And flipping over to the back, we see that it states the following. Premium quality, professionally graded graphite pencils create rich, velvety smooth laydown and a range of textures from very hard, light, to extremely soft, dark. Woodless graphite pencils are extremely versatile when used on their side for broad strokes or sharpened to a point for detail. Water-soluble graphite pencils provide rich, dark marks that can be diluted with water to create a transparent wash. Now this last one here is wild, because in all of my years of doing art, I've never ever heard of water-soluble graphite. Pencils are a dry medium, and usually with dry mediums you do not mix water with them at all. So I'm really curious to see how water-soluble graphite really works, and I can't wait to try it out. To my buddy out there that got me this, thank you so much, and I can't wait to test this drawing set out. And the last gift from this very same friend, they gave me a bunch of art prints. Oh, let me turn them around. And they aren't just any ordinary art prints. These are art prints with a black cat in them. So what's unique about these prints is these are famous artworks done throughout history, but they plopped a black cat in the background. And I'll be honest, it's really cool how they managed to put the cat in here, and it just fits so seamlessly. We also have the Starry Night with the black kitty on the moon, and look at him. He's just so cute. I definitely should frame these because these are just so dang cute to not display around the house. And to this same friend, thank you so much for gifting me this. Alright people, we only have a few more gifts left to go. So for my best friend in the whole wide world, you know, the one I painted all of those wooden butterflies for, they have gifted me a Pokemon themed pencil case. So yeah, as you can see, it is Pokemon themed because it has Pikachu all over, and Pikachu is camping near these mushrooms. And speaking of mushrooms, we also have the Pokemon Fungus. I really dig the artwork all throughout this case, and it feels really nice to hold too. And if we unzip it, we actually have a decent, we actually have a decent amount of room to put plenty of pencils in here. So yeah, I could take my colored pencils on the go with this, as well as some graphite pencils for sketching. Thanks, Chris. I really appreciate this. Okay, folks. When I say this, I'm not lying. The big boys are coming to town. Say hello to the 150 count Prismacolor Premier Colored Pencil Set. Like, this thing is a behemoth. And for what I've seen, this is probably the biggest set of colored pencils that they sell. Even if it's not the biggest, it's still pretty huge. I mean, 150 different colored pencils. Now that's crazy. Now here's a funny story. This isn't the first time I've received a set like this. Believe it or not, last year, this very same friend also gifted me this same set that you're seeing right here. Thanks to them, I can confidently say that I will never, ever run low on Prismacolor Premier pencils. Ever in my life. Like, look at these colors. 150 of them. When I saw this thing underneath the tree, my jaw dropped. But yeah, thanks again, Chris. I really, really appreciate this. And now, folks, it's time for the last gift. Say hello to the 160 count Ohuhu alcohol marker set. Yeah, guys, 160 colors. Oh my god. Now, if we open this zipper pouch right here, guys, 160 different colors. Now, this is insane. I have known about Ohuhu for years and wanted to try them out, but I just never got around to doing it. And now that I have them, I can finally give these guys a shot. Like, these aren't the cheap alcohol markers that you get from Five Below or Ross. Ohuhu is a reputable art brand, like almost as good as Copic when it comes to their markers. And we all know how expensive Copic markers can get. But yeah, I can't wait to try these out. And Chris, again, thank you so much for these. I really do appreciate this. I love you so much. And that, my viewers, brings this video to a wrap. Get it? Like wrapping a present?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Anyway, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like and to follow and subscribe to see more. I actually have a few more Christmas gift videos in the making, so be on the lookout for those. Also, comment down below on what you think of the art supplies that I have received for Christmas. Also, sharing this video around to help others see it is also greatly appreciated. And with all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey there guys, JG Art Creator here. Now I know what you may be thinking when you have read the title of this video.
Isn't Christmas over? Why are you releasing a Christmas related video at this time of the year?
And to answer those questions, the simple answer I can give is, well, life happened. Originally, this and a couple other videos I was making was supposed to release closer to Christmas time. However, since the holiday season was quite hectic for me, the release dates of these videos have gotten pushed back. I figured why not still work on them and release them, because I really want to show you guys what I've done over the holiday season. So anyway, getting back on track. In this video, I built a diorama from scratch for my dear best friend, Chris. I'm gonna tell you this right now. It was quite the rocky experience. Despite that, I hope you guys enjoy the video process as well as the end result of the final product. Alrighty, let's get into it.
First, let's go over the art supplies that I will be using to make this diorama. First up, we have these foam boards. They came in a pack of 5, and they are 8 by 10. They are also about 1/8 of an inch thick as well. And here we have construction paper from Crayola. It comes in 12 colors, and there are 240 sheets. We'll also be using this double-sided tape that I've been saving up. I also have this hot glue gun at the ready. Just in case, I also have this bottle of Mod Podge and a palette knife. I have this Mustang-themed pencil for sketching and outlining. I will also be using these Betum acrylic markers. I actually did a little review on these, so if you're interested, you can check that out as well. There will be a little bubble up there if you're on YouTube, and also a link to the video will be in the description somewhere. From the company Make Market, I have these little plastic tree figurines. I also bought these little guys too, just in case. And then we have these little bushes here. We have some with red flowers, some with blue flowers, and some that are just plain green. And here we have one of the coolest things that I have ever seen in my life. Here is the grandfather tree. The detail on this figurine is out of this world, and when I saw it on the shelf, I was like, yeah, this is going to be in the diorama somehow, some way. For cutting and more precise cutting, I have a pair of scissors and my X-Acto knife at the ready. For precise measuring and to also help when cutting with the X-Acto knife, I have my metal Westcott ruler. And also within this little wooden box that I've also made for Chris, inside are these cute little wooden butterflies. And throughout the diorama, I will be using these butterflies as decor. And here we have Aunt Lydia's crochet thread. It is the metallic 10 type. And also I have a bunch of little hooks and loops, and also needles at the ready for when I want to hang up the butterflies. Which ones I'll use? Well, I guess we'll have to find out. Alright guys, let's get started. First things first, I am going to trim down the black construction paper to use for the outside of the foam boards. And to help me make crisp, clean folds, I will be using bonus supply number 1, my bone folder. Okay, with all of my outer sheets all ready to go, it's time to move on to the next part. And that is trimming the background colors. And here I'll utilize my double-sided tape. I will put the foam board on top of the construction paper and use my X-Acto knife to have more precise, clean cuts. And there we go. We have our background colors ready to go. So we kind of ran into our first obstacle with this project, and that is the boards are not the same width. So I would have no choice but to trim them down. And that brings us to bonus supply number 2, the guillotine trimmer. Luckily my local Walmart had this in stock, and I'm going to use this because I believe it'll be a more effective way to cut down the foam board. Alrighty, here it goes! Oh boy, this is gonna be a toughie, isn't it? Oh dear God, was that a mess. Don't worry, I have an idea. So instead of using the previously cut pieces of black construction paper, let me try using double-sided tape and some Mod Podge, and hopefully I'll be able to wrap the black construction paper around the white parts of the foam board. Alright, let's get in there with my X-Acto knife. And while the cutting job certainly isn't the best, as you can see in some of the corners, I think this is as good as I'm going to get it. Now that the setup is basically complete, now we can move on to the next step. And it's the actual fun part, I promise. The decorating. The first thing I wanted to start on was making the details of the backgrounds. And the first background I wanted to tackle was the sky. So first I'm sketching out these clouds with my pencil on this white construction paper. And I'll go in with my pair of scissors to cut them out. Okay, let's use my Mod Podge and get these clouds all up on here. Alright, now let's work on the side panels. So for those, I will be sketching an 8x10 area, and within that area, I will be placing the outlines for the trees. And to help cut off the borders, I will be using bonus supply number 3, my Fiskars paper cutter. Alright, and next we'll work on the bushes. Okay, now let's cut out those trees. Okay, now let's put all of those elements together. Just as a friendly reminder that Mod Podge is very sticky and feels very disgusting against your fingers. Okay, now time to draw a walking path. And now let's cut it out. Oh, did I mention that Mod Podge feels disgusting, by the way? Like, I love this stuff, don't get me wrong, but my fingers are really not happy with me right now. Okay, now let's draw ourselves a bird nest. And let's not forget some little eggies. And now let's cut those out as well. Let's not forget to add some detail to the nest. And of course, what would be a bird's nest without a bird? For the bird, I decided to do a red cardinal. And why a red cardinal, you ask? Well, I don't know. I just think they're neat. Now time for the Betum acrylic markers. Here you go, little guy. A little bit of color for your feet. Can't forget about that face. And here's his little wing. Now let's add everything together. Alright, and now let's add some berries to the bushes. And now we trim the excess. Alright, now let's hot glue the back side and the bottom together. There we go. Alright, hold her steady until it dries. Alright, alright. Oh, that was a close one. And here's the star of the show. Let's get some hot glue underneath him and put him in place as so. Okay, now time to place this other tree here. And this one too. And now for the little trees. Next up are the bushes. Color it in. And put it in place. Since my hot glue gun gave up on me, now it's time for bonus supply number 4, the Duro All-Purpose Glue. And now, for the sky, let's use our butterflies. And also, let's whip out these hooks. And now, let's open up and measure out Aunt Lydia's thread. And now the part where I really have to be careful. Tying the butterflies onto the hooks. Oh, what the heck. We'll even glue some butterflies on the sides of the diorama. And now for the moment of truth. Sliding the top part in. And there we have it. One homemade diorama. I'm not going to beat around the bush when I say this. Building this diorama was a daunting task for me. Especially since I built the thing from scratch. But hey, despite all the frustrations I went through, I'm still pretty happy with the overall result. Would I ever try something like this again in the future? You bet, but next time with a pre-built diorama. I never ever want to make one from scratch with foam board ever again. And I really do hope my best friend enjoys this gift. And I think that brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you happen to enjoy this video, be sure to leave a like and follow and subscribe for more. Comment down below on what you think of the diorama, and also if you have any tips or tricks on building dioramas, please share them with me. If I ever try this project again, then those would really help. Also, sharing this video around is greatly appreciated. Okay, with all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you folks in the next video. Another day, another belated Christmas video. Hey there guys, JG Art Creator here, and in this episode of The Christmas That Came Late, for gift number 3, I'll be painting a wooden butterfly craft that I got from Target. And this gift also goes to my best friend, Chris.
In case you couldn't tell, his favorite thing in the world is butterflies.
Okay, let's not waste any more time and get right into it. Before we begin painting the actual butterfly itself, first let's use some acrylic gesso, so that way we have a nice primed surface to work on. Let's make sure that we do not forget about the sides. Alrighty, let's get our black acrylic paint ready. Again, let's make sure that we do not forget about the sides. Now, let's get working on the front. Okay, let's go in with our cadmium orange hue. Alright, now let's dab on some yellow paint and mix it with our orange to create a beautiful yellow orange. We'll also even make a more yellowy orange as well. Now it's yellow's time to shine. And here comes titanium white. And lastly, let's bring out the Betum White acrylic marker. Here you go, little guy. Here is a set of eyes, as well as a little smile. And that brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you happen to enjoy this video, please leave a like and be sure to follow and subscribe to see more. Also, be sure to comment down below on how you thought the butterfly craft turned out. Also, sharing this video to help more people see it really helps a lot too.
And with all of that said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey you, I challenge you to a Pokemon themed art video. Hey guys, JG Art Creator here, and in the last episode of The Christmas That Came Late, I'll be combining two of my favorite things into one. Those would be art and Pokemon. And for this last Christmas gift, I'll be painting a couple Pokeballs for some of my dear friends. And yes, one of them is Chris. Hey, he's my bestest, most westest friend after all. Alrighty, let's do this.
For this project, I will be painting on some canvases that I got from Five Below. Even though it says that it was primed already, I'm still not sure if the quality of the canvas will be any good. But let's open them up and hope for the best. Also, just in case, I will be adding layers of acrylic gesso. Real talk here, priming your canvases is super important. What it basically does is it acts as a sturdy base for your paint to be on, so that way it doesn't soak through the canvas. Especially cheap canvases. Okay, now that my canvases are primed and ready to go, I will quickly sketch the standard shape of the Pokeball. We'll do it again. We can't forget about the black band that wraps around. And now, let's slowly erase our pencil marks. Alrighty, now it's finally time to bust out our acrylic paint. So the first Pokeball that we are going to be doing is called the Safari Ball. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, in the earlier Pokemon games, there were these areas called Safari Zones. And usually after paying an entrance fee, you are given 30 of these specific types of Pokeballs. And guess what? These are the only types of Pokeballs you're allowed to use within that area. And once you're out, that's it. So after getting the pattern down, now I'm going to lightly erase the pencil marks. And now I'll just get the colors that I need right out of the paint tubes. Alright, now it's finally time to blot in the colors. I wasn't really a big fan of the deep green, so what I'm going to do is take my lighter green and mix some of my blue paint in to make a different shade. Oh yeah, I like this one better already. Okay, now we'll blot in some of that yellow ochre. We'll get some over here, and over here, and a little over here. Okay, now it's time to go in with the burnt sienna. And I'll be honest, it is very, very streaky. Like, oh god. Here we'll add some white to cover up the pencil marks. Now time to whip out the black Bentham acrylic marker. I'll be honest here, I'm kind of glad I got these acrylic markers, because this black one right here is actually pretty good. We'll finish coloring here. Add some more white to cover up more of the pencil marks. And there we have it, folks. One safari ball painted. Now let's get ready to tackle the other one. So for the other Pokeball, we are doing the one, the only, Master Ball. And as you can probably guess by the name, it is considered the best Pokeball in the entire game. So much so that most of the time, you can only get one per save file. So you better not be careless with your next catch. For being the ultimate Pokeball, it sure has quite the simple design, don't you think? So let's take our alizarin crimson hue and some white and make a beautiful pink out of it. Okay, now to paint the ball things? I honestly don't know what these are. Really, I don't. Now time to mix the color of the main body. Don't worry, we're getting there, I promise. So here is a fun little fact from me to you. I almost completely messed up the main body of the Master Ball. I was trying to go for that purple, but because I was so into it, I didn't realize how more blue and gray this color was. Thank God my partner caught this mistake while I was really into it, or else I probably wouldn't have noticed. Yeah, canvas eye is a real thing, folks. So if you ever get too fixated or frustrated with a certain aspect of your artwork, take a step back, take a break, and then look at it with a clearer mind. After I stepped back from my canvas for a bit, I realized my mistake and decided to mix a completely different purple. And this is also why I love acrylic paint so much. If I ever make a mistake, I can always paint over it again, no problem. That's why you're my bestie, acrylic. Alright, now time to touch up the M a bit. Alright, now time to outline the button and the band. Alrighty, now to color her all in. Add some white to hide the pencil mark. And there we have it, the Master Ball. And
And that, my viewers, brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like and to follow and subscribe to see more content. Also, be sure to comment down below on how you think these Pokeballs turned out. Sharing this video to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated, especially if they're Pokemon fans themselves. And with all of that said, I'll see you guys in the next video.
And I promise it won't be Christmas related.
Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator back yet again with a brand new video. And in this video, we are going to test out the Prismacolor Premier Graphite Drawing Set. And in this video, we are going to test out the Prismacolor Premier Graphite Drawing Set. Normally, this set would run for $16 to $20 on Amazon. However, in my case, I actually received this set as a gift from one of my dear friends. So to not only show my appreciation for receiving this gift, let's also see if this set is well worth the money. So without further delay, let's get the show on the way.
Now, before we actually begin, there is something that I would like to address if you haven't noticed it already. The top and bottom of the packaging has tape on it, and there's a very good reason for that. When checking out at the counter, my friend noticed that the tin has a slight dent in it. The clerk did offer to look for a replacement, however, my friend, not wanting for her to go through the trouble, decided that it would be a-okay. And when they brought this up with me, I was like, hey, as long as the goods inside are intact, I really don't care. Alrighty, let's open her up and see what it's like on the inside. Alright, and now for the moment of truth. Alright, it appears that all of the items have remained intact. So what exactly is included in this drawing set? Well, first up, we have the main stars of the show. We have 7, count 'em 7, graphite pencils, with turquoise coloring. Now keep in mind that these do not come pre-sharpened, and they also have these metal caps on top of them too. And their value ranges from 6H all the way up to 8B. Next up, we have 4 woodless graphite pencils. Their values range from 2B up to 8B. We also have a kneaded eraser, a magic rub eraser, a sharpener with 1 hole. That sounded a lot better in my head. We also have a handy dandy sanding board. And finally, we have 3 water-soluble graphite pencils. We have light HB, medium 4B, and dark 8B.
Now keep in mind, I've been an artist for over 10 years at this point. And believe me, I've tested some very weird art supplies. I've tested supplies from Dollar General, I've tested alcohol markers from Ross, and even the infamous jelly gouache. But never in all of my years of doing art, I have ever even heard of water-soluble graphite. Usually with graphite, you never, ever mix water with it at all. It usually just leads to a bad time. But now, I'm kinda curious to see how these really work. And heck, if these babies really work as they should, then these could be a game changer for me when I do my art. Alrighty, now that we've seen all of the items that come in this set, now it's time to move on to actually testing these babies out.
First things first, let's get our graphite pencils sharpened to a fine point. Alright, there we go. Easy does it. Ooh, that point looks real nice. Now we're talking. Alright, now let's move on to the next pencil, and I'll be honest here, I'm kind of struggling with this one. Oh yeah, and... no! Oh, the point broke. No! Oh my god, this actually really hurts my soul. Oh god. Alright, let's try that again, and oof. Ooh. That point is not looking good right now. Oof. That's not gonna work either. Oh goody. A point broke off in the sharpener. Just what I needed. It's not like this is gonna be a problem in the future or anything, right? Alright, get out of there, you. Alright, let's just keep on going. Alright. Okay, ooh, we're almost there. Alright. Pray to God this one doesn't break off, please. Yes! Hey, look, guys. It only took about half the length of the pencil to get a really fine point. Yay! I'm so over this. Alright, let's just finish the rest of the pencil, shall we? Oh look, another broken point. Oh goody. And now look, my fingers are completely drenched in graphite. Now, as I am washing my hands, I would like to take a moment to remember all of the fine points and pencil shavings that we have lost along the way. Okay guys, time for the swatching. For this test, I'll be using my Canson XL Mixed Media Sketchbook. Just for the heck of it, I am going to see how this water-soluble graphite does with a spray bottle.
I gotta say, these pencils are working really well so far.
The graphite pencils went down like an absolute dream, and also felt really nice to hold. The value scale is also really spectacular, and the graphite is so rich. The woodless graphite pencils were really good to work with as well. Granted, their value scale isn't as varied as the regular graphite pencils, but still, they went down very nicely, and I can use these to get rich, dark values. As for the water-soluble graphite pencils, there's no understating it. I loved how these performed. For testing out their water capabilities, I used two different types of paintbrushes. The first one I used a watercolor brush, and the second one I used an acrylic paintbrush. And lo and behold, the watercolor brush actually performed the best with water-soluble graphite. That would actually make sense that given when water is applied to the graphite here, it dissolves into a beautiful watercolor-like texture. I mean guys, look at this. This is so freaking cool. It's almost like all of the pencil lines I made for the most part were dissolved into a smooth color. Like, oh my god. Spritzing the graphite itself actually made a really nice effect as well. However, it did warp the paper quite a bit. So if you were to use water-soluble graphite, I would definitely recommend either using a thicker mixed media paper or just straight up use watercolor paper. So far, I'm really digging these pencils. Alright guys, we only have a few more items left to go in this set. Next up, we have the sanding board. So what this baby can do is it's also another way to sharpen your pencils to a particular point. Alright, let's see if we can salvage this poor 8B pencil somehow. Alright, okay, so, alright, maybe if I just keep going and... Alright, the graphite is showing. Alright, maybe if I just try from this angle, okay. Still, I'm not getting a fine point from this. Like, the graphite is showing and coming out, but... I'll be honest here, I'm not sure if the sanding board will be for me, but I'm actually glad that it's included for those that get super crazy with their graphite pencils. Yeah, I'll just stick to sharpening for my own sake. Next up, we have Prismacolor's Kneaded Eraser. Oh yeah, this is happening. This eraser is superb. It lightens up the graphite quite nicely. I also appreciate how efficient it is at self-cleaning and how easy it is to rework it into a whole different shape. Very nice. Here we have Prismacolor's Magic Rub Eraser. Its claim to fame is not only can it absorb graphite well, it can also apparently erase India ink. And luckily, when helping her clean out her house, my mom gave me her own bottle of Higgins Black India ink. Oh my god. This eraser so far is amazing. Look how much graphite it can pick up. Especially even on the darker swatch. Oh god, if this can erase India ink perfectly, then this eraser might be my new favorite type of eraser of all time. Okay, let's put some India ink down on the paper and give it some time to dry. One drying session later. Now for the moment of truth. And it didn't work. Maybe it works better if it's wet? Let's find out. Yeah, that is a big fat no. Even though it did claim that it could erase India ink, I'm not going to be too hard on it, because normally you don't erase India ink anyway. But even then, it works amazing as a regular eraser. These actually might be my favorite go-to regular eraser from this point on.
Alrighty, now that these supplies are tested and ready to go, now it's time to move on to the real challenge, and that is making some art. To close out my thoughts on this drawing set, here's what I have to say. The pencils and erasers included were phenomenal, especially the water-soluble graphite pencils. Those took me by surprise. However, if there is one negative I have with this set, it's with the pencil sharpener included. It works, but more often than not, the point kept breaking off in the blade no matter how careful I was. And that's not something you want with a pencil sharpener. So do I recommend picking up this drawing set for yourself? Heck yeah! But make sure to pick up a higher quality sharpener alongside it. Now there's one more thing we have to do before we end this video. We're gonna put them in my new pencil case that I got for Christmas. Look, it has Pikachu on it. It's so cute. With all of that said, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like and to subscribe or follow to see more content. Be sure to comment down below your thoughts on the drawing set, as well as your thoughts on the art piece that I have done for this video. Also, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. This has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back to our show, ladies and gentlemen, for I am your host, Major Masquerade. You're just in time to see me announce the winner for the art supply giveaway, brought to you by the 7th Art House Studio! Contestants, you have done well to make it this far, but only one of you will walk away with the grand prize. Who will it be? Now, let's find out. Cue the dramatic music! Please be me, 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 please be me. And the winner of the art supply giveaway is JG Art Creator! Oh my god, I won! Woohoo! Alright, I won, yeah. Oh, hell no. Ooh, I knew it, honey. This show was rigged. You'll be hearing from my lawyer, baby. You'll be hearing. Hey there, everyone. How's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new art video. And as you guessed by the very cartoony intro you just watched, I have won an art supply giveaway. It was hosted by none other than lovely 7th Art House Studio. If you enjoy drawing videos, art supply reviews, unboxing videos, and even the occasional art supply giveaway, then this gal is definitely for you. On top of being a very sweet gal, she has been a longtime supporter of my content for quite some time now. So if you're interested in checking her out, I'll be sure to leave her links down in the description below. Okay, let's see what we won from this giveaway, shall we? And also see if they're any good or not.
Before we begin actually looking at the art supplies themselves, I want to give credit where credit is due. The stickers that the 7th House Art Studio put on the outside of the packaging are really adorable. We have this cute little arcade machine here, then we also have these adorable little sunglasses, and then this cute little flower here, and I assume this is a rainbow? I'm not sure, but it's kind of giving me a rainbow vibe. And then we have this little popsicle stick right here. Look, it even has sprinkles.
So the first art supply that I've won from this giveaway is a sketchbook.
The one thing I noticed right away is that there is no brand name or company logo to be found on this thing.
Unless the brand is literally sketchbook.
It comes in 50 sheets, is acid-free, heavy-weight, and has a smooth surface. Another thing I noticed is that the page size is a little weird. I've worked with 8.5 by 11, 9 by 12, 11 by 14, but never have I ever heard of 8.3 by 11.5. When I looked up standard measurements for paper sizes, it comes really close to the A4 size, which is 8.3 by 11.7. Why shave off an extra 0.2 inches? I don't get it. In terms of paper weight, thanks to the power of Google, 110 grams per square meter translates to roughly about 74 pounds. Which isn't the thickest paper in the world, but for a sketchbook, that's actually not that bad. Alright, let's open this baby up. And as we open up the sketchbook and feel the page inside, yeah, it definitely isn't what I consider to be heavyweight. However, the texture of the page itself is very smooth. That part is at least promising. Alright, that's enough feeling up the page for now. Let's get ready to test out some different art supplies on it to see how it holds up. Hey! I said stop feeling up the page! I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with the overall results here. The graphite from my drawing pencils went down very smoothly, and it also erased quite nicely. The eraser did not tear through the paper at all. It also worked really well with the Crayola crayon too. The Prismacolor Premier Colored pencils went down like an absolute dream. Same thing for the Oil Pastels. I even managed to get some blending in too. Lastly, the alcohol markers did go down very smoothly, even though the ink did spread a little bit, but that's to be expected since these are alcohol markers after all. And surprisingly, the ink from these markers can blend very seamlessly. I guess the paper is just that good. Also, since this is alcohol ink, I had a feeling that this would happen. The ink would bleed right through the page. So luckily I had the foresight of putting a sheet protector underneath. Yeah, you don't want all that ink on your next page, honey. Overall, I'm pretty happy with this sketchbook. I'll definitely be using it for practice. Thumbs up.
So while this next item is not an art supply itself, it's just too cool to not show you guys. And heck, it was a bonus item thrown in. And that, my viewers, is stickers.
From the looks of things, it seems as though each sticker is made up of an art piece done by the 7th Art House Studio herself. So why don't we take a look to see what each sticker has to offer? Shall we begin? Oh my god. Now this is beautiful. The amount of detail that she has put into this charcoal drawing is phenomenal. And the hair. Oh my god, guys. The hair is just fantastic. Great job with this one, 7th Art House Studio. Next up, we have this. Oh my god. Is this your cat? Oh my god, it's so cute. Aw, look at its eyes and its little nose. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love this sticker. I love this sticker. Hang on, I gotta give its nose a little boop. Boop! Another kitty, and oh, look at it sleeping. Oh my god. You are such a cutie. You get a nose boop too. Boop. Ooh, now this piece here, this looks freaking sweet. The color palette used is just chef's kiss, and the expression on the girl's face is giving me this mysterious energy vibe. And I'm all for it. And here we have this lovely looking gal. The facial expression is on point, and the watercolor techniques used throughout are pulled off extremely well. I especially love the rose that's in her hair. That is my favorite part of this whole piece right here. And here we have a sticker that says, "Enjoy your journey," and it has an adorable little panda on it. Very cool. Last, but not certainly least, we have the seahorse. I love the texture used throughout this drawing. It gives the seahorse so much character. Here's a little close-up if you don't believe me. I said it many times, and I'll say it again. Well done, 7th Art House Studio. Well done. I feel like the most appropriate thing to do with the stickers is to use them to decorate the inside of the very same sketchbook that has been gifted to me. I'll put some on the inside of the front, as well as the inside of the back. And there we have it, folks. One decorated sketchbook. Again, thank you so much, 7th Art House Studio. These stickers rock. I really appreciate them a lot.
On the topic of bonus items, we have yet another one. And that would be these rainbow-colored pencils.
So not only do the outside of these things look like a psychedelic acid trip, the points on these pencils are also multicolored. 4 colors to be exact. We have red, blue, yellow, and green. Alright, now let's see how trippy these pencils can get. I'll say it right now, these things aren't the most pigmented, but it gets the job done. As I kept coloring, the color would just randomly change up on me. And it can lead to some fun results, believe it or not. However, if you are the type of person that wants precise control over their colors, then I definitely would steer clear of these. If anything, I think these little guys are best suited for fun line work and also writing in general. So I definitely recommend using these pencils for those purposes. 7th Art House Studio, I once again thank you for this little bonus gift. These little guys are really cool.
So, for the last item from the giveaway, we have a special treat, guys. It was also the main reason I entered the giveaway to begin with. So you know how Nickelodeon has that preschool block, Nick Jr.? When I saw the packaging of this item, it was kind of giving off that same energy. And believe me, when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Say hello to Prismacolor Jr. colored pencils.
See guys, I wasn't kidding around when I said looking at this thing gave me that energy. But yeah, this thing is real. Prismacolor makes their own line of children's colored pencils. This pack comes with 6 colored pencils, and these are their pastel colors. And in case you haven't figured it out already, most of the text is not in English. And you might be wondering why that is. That's because these babies are from
Mexico!
And because these babies are from
Mexico!
these things aren't usually sold in US stores. However, for the right price, you can get them off of sites such as Amazon. Flipping over to the back, we see the color selection. And once again, thanks to the power of Google, I was able to find out the names of the colors. And those would be pastel pink, pastel peach, pastel yellow, pastel turquoise, pastel blue, and lavender. Not pastel lavender, just lavender. Guess we know who the ugly duckling of the bunch is. Alright, let's open these babies up. Huh, that's weird. They actually stuffed 2 cardboard straws in here to keep the pencils intact. Huh, never saw that before. Alright guys, let's get right into the swatching. Wow, I'm really digging how these colors look. And for children's grade colored pencils, these are phenomenal. Just for curiosity's sake, I'm going to see what these look like on black construction paper. Oh my god. These look so good on this paper. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! I'm loving these. Just for fun, let's see how these stack up against Prismacolor's Premier line. So this is the Prismacolor Junior Pastel set, and then we have the Prismacolor Premier pencils. Obviously, the Premier pencils are more pigmented, but comparing the Juniors to these, the Juniors are still pretty good pencils. On this example, with the black construction paper, the pigmentation difference is a lot more noticeable. But again, we are comparing children's grade colored pencils to artist grade colored pencils. And let's be real here, the artist grade is going to win no matter what you do. But still, people who are living in Mexico, you folks have it lucky. These colored pencils are really, really good. I am so glad that I now have these, and I enjoy them a lot. Obviously, these are getting a thumbs up from me.
Now that all of the art supplies have been fully tested, now we can get to the fun part. And that is making some art. This drawing is one of the most fun ones I've done in quite some time. As for my final verdict on these art supplies, they slap. My favorite out of the bunch, without a question, are the Prismacolor Junior colored pencils. Seriously, for colored pencils geared towards children, they work extremely, extremely well. I especially enjoy how smooth they go down on the page. Before we close out the video, I do again want to give a special thanks to the lovely 7th Art House Studio. Not only were the art supplies fun to play with, it was also neat that she threw in these cute little extras such as the stickers on the package, the stickers that came inside the package, as well as the rainbow colored pencils. I also want to thank her for being a longtime supporter of my channel so far, and it means a lot to me. But anyway, thank you so much for... Guys,
I think someone's hijacking my... Silly boy. You thought you could end this video without me. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like and to subscribe and follow to see more content. Also, don't forget to comment down below your thoughts on the art haul, as well as the art piece that was done for this video. If you wish to see more of this beautiful face right here, be sure to leave a comment down below as well. Also, in all truthfulness, sharing this video around to help more people see it is greatly appreciated. This has been Major Masquerade, and thank you so much for watching JG Art Creator. Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, and welcome to a segment called BLT, Bringing Life to. This is a segment where I find odd figurines or other objects and decide to paint over them to give them a more personal touch. In this video, today's candidate is this lucky cat statue. I got it from Ross for around $6. I thought that it was so cute and a fun and creative project to tackle that I bought this feline and took him home. Before we actually begin this project, let's go over a few things. First, here's the list of art supplies that I'll be using.
First up, we have clear acrylic gesso for priming, some acrylic paint brushes, acrylic paints, these Betum acrylic paint markers, gray palette paper, a palette knife, 2 containers for water, a paper towel for drying my paintbrushes, a blow dryer to speed up the drying time, and lastly, Mod Podge to act as my sealer. Also, for deciding which type of cat to paint this lucky cat as, I have decided on the one, the only, Calico Cat. I adore their orange and black patterns, and I love how varied they are, and they're just so darn cute.
Okay, with all of that out of the way, it's now time to get started.
Alright, so first let's get these stickers off of the bottom here. And let's also wipe down the lucky cat with a disinfectant wipe. We let that dry for a bit, and now it's time to bust out the gesso. Alright, this should be about enough. And away we go! Let's prime the kitty cat. Now let's crank up the heat. Uh-oh. It's starting to flake off. Yeah, this isn't really working out. Yeah, I'm just going to get the gesso off entirely. No need to worry. I've got a backup plan. I've got myself a handy-dandy sanding sponge. Alright, let's sand him down real good. And now, let's take our permanent rose and titanium white and make a beautiful light pink. Now, let's get started with the left ear. Alright, getting in there nice and good. Then make our way to the right ear. Alright, there we go, there we go. Trying to stay inside the grooved shape of the ear here. And we can't forget about his little nose. Alright, easy does it now. Okay, let's now make it dry. And also add in another layer of color. Next, let's bust out the permanent green light. And now go for the eyeballs. It is a more transparent green, so it's going to take a few layers for it to really shine through. Next, let's use the Betum acrylic markers. Alright, easy does it. Get the pupils in nice and small. Alright, and let's add the highlights on top. Let's add in another layer. Okay, now it's time to outline the facial features. And also lines for where the toes are. It is going to take a few layers to get the true black that I want, so patience really is a virtue in this particular situation. Now let's get our black acrylic paint ready. And it's finally time for the real fun part to begin. Painting the fur. As you can see, I'm going in a little heavy with my black acrylic paint, mainly due to the fact that if I go light, the paint normally doesn't stick to the ceramic that well. But luckily, if I go in a little thick and then dry it, it's able to adhere to it a lot better. Alright, let's get around this eye. And then we'll go all around the head a little. And then we'll get to this eye too. Okay, let's get more of the face in. Okay, now let's do a little touch-up all around. Let's also touch up the face a bit more. And also get under his chinny chin chin. For the inner part of the face here, let's add in quite a bit of white. And here, let's add some adorable little dots for where the whiskers would go. Alright, now let's start working on that body. As I said before, I'm packing in quite a bit of paint so that way it could adhere to the surface better. It really is a bummer that the acrylic gesso did not work out for whatever reason, but you know what they say, the show must go on. Surprisingly, the method of layering paint on thick is working out extremely well. Alright, let's get the arm here. And the rest of the chest. Dry it out. Lay on another coat of paint. And now, let's touch up more of the areas with white. Alright, let's get in this arm. Make sure it dries completely. Then let's get the tail. And the lower half of the body. And here is what we have so far. So far, I'm really digging the result. But we aren't quite done yet. There's still some work to do. Alright, now let's bust out our cadmium orange hue. And the first area I wanted to tackle was the little tail. And even though this orange is semi-transparent, it's packing quite a bit of a punch, especially after I painted the tail white. So, hey, I'm actually pretty happy with it. And since this orange is the right type of orange that I have wanted, I may not need to bust out the other acrylic paints to mix my own orange. And now, we're going to add some black stripes to the tail. And after looking at this, I'm kind of getting Tigger from Winnie the Pooh vibes. And hey, who doesn't love Tigger? Alright, let's touch up the tail a little bit more. Add in some black to cover up the blotches. Okay, now let's make an orange spot that wraps around the back of the ear and some of the back of the head. It's going to take a few layers to be truly opaque. And here you go. Like I said, you can make any color truly opaque with enough layers. That's what's truly awesome about acrylic paint, and that's why it's one of my favorite mediums to work with. Let's make this area dry, and add in another layer. Now let's start working on the right side of his face here. Just like before, be patient and be prepared to add in a few layers to make that color truly pop. There you go, just like I said. See? Isn't acrylic paint an awesome medium to work with? The sheer opacity of these paints make anything possible. And make it dry. Now let's add some orange fur to the chest and the front leg here. Add some layers to it to make it opaque. Let's add an orange spot to the arm here. Dry it a bit, then go in with another layer. Now let's add an orange spot on the back of the head. Now let's add an orange spot here on the back of the hind leg. And some type of orange shape coming out from the collar. Now let's build up those layers. Now let's add a white shape that wraps around this hind leg. Now let's dry it down. And once again, build up the layers. Repeat the process once more. Put a little orange spot here. Add a little white spot there. Now let's add a white blob here. Add a white circle over here. Quick dry, and back at it again. One more time. Tidy it up a little. Alright, now let's add some orange spots to the other legs. Alright, now taking our time, let's map out the symbol that is usually found on the Lucky Cat coin. It's definitely going to take a couple layers because the black seems to be a little bit runny as of now, but don't worry, I'm going to persevere and not give up. And now for the final step of our project. We are going to seal the paint with my Mod Podge. I'm going to do 2 layers just to be on the safe side. Also, as a disclaimer, while Mod Podge does dry within a reasonable time frame, in order for it to fully take effect, you have to wait at least 4 weeks for it to properly cure, which is the process of waiting for the chemicals to settle. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. After waiting for the Mod Podge to dry, we now have the final result.
And there you have it. That concludes bringing life to a lucky cat statue. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. If you wish to see another episode in this series, as well as content from me in general, be sure to subscribe and follow for more. Also, comment down below your thoughts on the lucky cat statue. Lastly, share this video around to help more people see it. It really helps a lot. Anyway, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See you later! Happy Easter, everyone!
I know this is uploaded on the Monday after Easter, but technically it's Easter Monday, so it still works.
This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new video. To get into the Easter holiday spirit, not only have I done this pair of bunny rabbit ears, we are also going to be painting some Easter-themed arts and crafts projects. 3 of them to be exact. Before we begin, let's go over the list of art supplies that I'll be using.
First up, we are going to need acrylic paint. And of course, acrylic paintbrushes. Gray palette paper, a palette knife, water containers for cleaning my brushes, paper towels for drying my brushes, a pencil, of course I'm using the Mustang themed one. I also bought these Sharpie acrylic paint markers, so hopefully they're better than the ones that I bought off of Amazon. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Some gloves, because it definitely is going to get messy. I also bought Color Shot White Primer in Clear Sealer. I have never used a spray paint as a primer before, so wish me luck. Just in case, I do have acrylic gesso on hand, so in case the spray paint fails for whatever reason, I do have this option as well. And lastly, plastic cups to put the acrylic gesso in, if we need it. Also, when using any type of spray paint, first, make sure that you are outside, have a mask on so that way you don't inhale a lot of the fumes, and also have a pair of gloves on just in case it gets super messy.
With all of that out of the way, now let's get this Easter special started.
Now that I'm outside with my gloves and spray paint, it's time to do this. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I honestly didn't know what I was doing. I guess because the opacity of the white wasn't reaching its full potential for me at the time, I just kept going and going until like everything was absolute white. And also the paint started to get real drippy real fast, and I panicked and I literally used my fingers to brush the paint around so that way it wasn't dripping anymore. And also, yeah, I should have just stuck to acrylic gesso for this. God, I wish I could go back in time and tell myself, hey, just use acrylic gesso. At least the bright side is, it worked better on the gnome, because I believe it was more of a flat surface compared to the bunny head. So I had more luck with the gnome, but even then, the paint started getting runny still, and yeah, I probably need to practice more with spray paint. And this is my first time using spray paint. And when I got to doing the eggs, yeah, it just wasn't working out for me. The paint kept getting stuck to my gloves, and I just got frustrated and brushed the spray paint off of the eggs. I'm just going to gesso the eggs. Alright, that's enough of me messing up quite a bit. Let's just get to the marker test to see if those are any good. Alrighty, let's open this baby up. Now, let's bust out my mixed media paper and see what these bad boys are made of. Wow, this is a really terrible red. Oh god. Alright, now we'll see how these markers layer on top of each other. One thing I gotta say right off the bat that I already like better than the Betum acrylic markers is that the Sharpie acrylic markers have a really nice bullet nib. They are soft on the paper and they also glide across the surface very smoothly. Aside from the red, I gotta say, these markers are actually pretty dang cool. Okay, now it's finally time to start the crafts. The first Easter craft on this list is this group of wooden eggs. Alright, let's open them up, put on our gloves, and now we're ready to go. Since the spray paint didn't work out too well on the eggs, we are going to gesso each and every one of them. For the first egg, let's go in with titanium white. Get a good coat all around. For the first egg, we are actually going to be modeling it after one of my favorite Nintendo characters, Yoshi. For this egg, I'm going to use my light green acrylic marker and just make some circles all around. Add one here. Add one more here. The Yoshi egg is now complete. Alright, now let's bust out the yellow. For egg number 2, we are going to model it after the Chow creatures found in the Sonic the Hedgehog series. First, we're going to use yellow to paint the top of the egg. Blow dry that real good. With the blue acrylic marker, let's go in and make some circles. Okay, now let's add some white circles on the yellow part of the egg. Egg number 2, finished. For egg number 3, let's go in with a layer of white. Dry it real good. For this one, we are going to model it after my very own cat, Bubby. My partner and I love to joke about how he looks like a cow because of his black spots and white fur, and also he is a bit of a chunky kitty. So for this egg, we are going to model it with a cow pattern. There you go, Bubby. I hope I did you proud with this egg. For egg number 4, let's bust out our orange and yellow ochre and mix them together. Just like the one I've done with Bubby, this one will be modeled after my other cat, Peanut. He is such a little furball.
He's also a little kooky.
Let's cover the entire egg with this orange-brown mixture. And dry that up too. Alright, now let's make a lighter orange. And paint that color directly in the middle. Now let's dry it up. On the bottom here, let's paint a big white circle. Let's paint one on the top. And here is the peanut-themed egg. For egg number 5, here's a treat for you Pokemon fans out there. Of course, since we are painting on eggs, obviously I had to go with Togepi. After all, it is the first baby Pokemon to ever be introduced. First, I'm going to start with the red shapes. Then we'll do the blue shapes. And there we have it. For egg number 6, let's paint the whole thing yellow. For this one, I have decided to model it after pizza, because I do love me a good slice of pizza. Right now, I'm scattering my favorite topping of pizza, pepperoni, all throughout the egg. And yeah, I stand by what I said earlier about this red marker. It really isn't that good of a red. It's still a pretty color, don't get me wrong, but I really wouldn't classify this as red. Now, let's put down the lines for the slices. Then use yellow ochre to paint the crust. Let's get the other end as well. And here we have one pizza egg! Now, for egg number 7, let's mix together a nice amount of pink. For this egg, I have decided, hey, since it is Easter, why don't we make at least one Easter-themed egg? For the top, let's make some zigzags right here. Let's fill the space in. Add in a green stripe here. We'll add some dots in the center. Let's finish it off with the same colors. And here is our Easter egg. For the very last egg, let's draw some lines using our pencil. And of course, for obvious reasons, we are going to make this egg rainbow themed. And here is one rainbow-themed egg. Since all of the eggs are now painted, let's put them in our Easter basket. Alright, now on to the next craft. This next craft right here is a cute little bunny head. Just look at this face. It's so adorable. Okay, let's get my raw umber and mix some white in. First, let's tackle the back of the head here. To get an even coating, we are going to have to pack in quite a few layers. Let's make sure to not forget about the sides. Alright, now it's time for the face. Just as we did with the back, we are going to pack in some layers. With the pink paint marker, let's get to the ears. Now let's use the white marker to color in the eyes. Now to color the glasses blue. Color in the mouth here. Get the nose real good. Add a highlight here. And now we have a painted bunny head. We only have one more craft left to go, so let's get right into it. Last, but certainly not least, we have the Easter Gnome craft. Doesn't he look a little silly? Anyhow, let's get to work. After priming it with a spray paint, let's go in with some white acrylic paint to cover up any odd spots. And now, let's start working on his ears. Get the inside of the ear over here. I know that I'm in the middle of working on the bunny ears, but in the meantime, since his hat is a much larger area to cover, I'm going to get that out of the way real quick. Okay, now back to the ears. Now for his beard. Alright, now let's take our red and yellow to make an orange, and then add white in to make it more of a peach color. And we'll use it on his huge nose. Now, we'll dry it down really good. Now, we'll tackle the feet. Now to work on the basket. Finally, the eggs. And there we have it. The last craft is done. We've now reached the end of JG Art Creator's Easter Holiday Special. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. If you wish to see more content, be sure to subscribe and follow for more. Also, comment down below on what you thought of this video, as well as your favorite art project from here. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. With all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Happy Easter! Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new art video. And to be honest, this video came as a little bit of a surprise. You see, the other day at the time of recording for this video, my friend has surprised me with an acorn-themed wooden art craft. And of course, being the artist that I am, how could I refuse such a project from a dear friend? So yeah, today we will be painting a fun and simple acorn-themed wooden art craft. Before we begin, let me list off the art supplies that I will be using. First up, we have a sanding sponge. Then we have acrylic gesso, various tubes of acrylic paint, acrylic paint brushes, a paint palette, a palette knife for mixing, water containers for cleaning my brushes, a water spritzer, a pencil for outlining, paper towels to dry my brushes, and lastly, a blow dryer to speed up the drying process. With all of that out of the way, now let's move on with the fun. To start things off, let's grab our sanding sponge and lightly scrub away the top layer of the craft. Again, go in lightly, because if you scrub too hard, you could run the risk of damaging the craft itself. Next, let's bust out the gesso for priming. I like to do 2 layers just in case to be safe. Now, let's draw a line separating the cap from the nut. Alright, let's finish that up. Next, let's take our raw umber and make the different values needed for the acorn cap. For this project, I'll be doing 3 values. Those would be the highlight, the midtone, and the shadow. For the highlight, let's simply mix the raw umber with titanium white. To mix the shadow, we're going to use ultramarine blue. Using our palette knife, let's give these guys a thorough mix. Using the water spritzer, I'm going to mist my paints so that way they don't dry out too quickly. Alrighty, let's go in with pure raw umber for the midtone for the acorn cap. I'll be honest with you guys, I do not remember the raw umber from the Winsor & Newton Galleria brand being as streaky as it is right now, but you know what, it's gonna be okay. I'll just go in with another layer or two to cover it up. Let's dry it down real good. And now let's add another layer. See guys, it's actually working. One more layer after this should do the trick. I hope. Let's also be sure to not forget about the side. Okay, let's go in and paint the shadow. Just like with the midtone, it's going to take a few layers for the dark value to show through. Let's be sure to not forget about the side. With the lighter mixture, let's go in and make that highlight. Now it's time to tackle the nut. Let's take our cadmium red light hue and some raw umber and mix the two together. Since the acorn nut itself is a much larger area compared to the cap, we are going to need a decent amount of paint for this area. Alright, now let's go in with the first layer. Just like before, we are going to make it dry and then add a couple more layers until everything's all covered up. See? All we needed was some time. Just look at how opaque the color is becoming. Let's also make sure to not forget about the side. Okay, so now let's take our permanent green light, add a bit of white, and mix away. So for the bottom of the acorn, since usually they're mostly on the ground 90% of the time, and sometimes they're covered in grass, I wanted to add that green color here to kind of give it the illusion that it's been laying in the grass for quite some time. Let's also make sure to not forget about the side. We'll also give this area a little touch up. Alright, now let's make both the light and dark values of the nut. For the dark value, we'll add ultramarine blue, and for the light value, we'll simply add white. Let's add some yellow to warm up the shadow a bit. Alright, now let's add in the highlight. And add in a base layer for the shadow. Dry it down real good. Let's touch up the highlight more. Pack in more of the shadow. Let's make sure to not forget about the side. Let's add some ultramarine blue to the light green mix that we have previously made, and make the shadowy area of the green darker. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not entirely happy with the shadow of the acorn nut anymore. So what I'm going to do is make a more lighter shadow, because I feel like the original color clashes too much with the midtone. There we go. It's looking much better now. To give this craft more of a finished feel, I'm going to flip it over to the back and cover the whole area with white and touch up any spots that have bled over from painting the sides. And with that, the Acorn Craft is now finished!
See? Not only was it simple to do, it was actually pretty fun. I hope my friend enjoys this and hangs it up somewhere that is really, really nice. And with that, I believe that we have reached the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. Also, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and follow to see more content. Don't forget to leave a comment down below to let me know how this art project turned out. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. Alright guys, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you in the next video. See ya! Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new art video. Today, I am going to be drawing what it's like to hang out with 7-Up's old mascot, Spot. For those that don't know, Spot was 7-Up's mascot from 1987 to 1997. Poor little guy only lasted a decade. I am also doing this drawing to tie in with a video that I have been working on over at my gaming channel, JG Entertainment System. Alright, now I'm going to bust out my iPad, my Apple Pencil, and my drawing glove, and let's get right into it.
Alright guys, let's do this. Since I already have an idea of how I want this drawing to turn out, I am just going to go right in and map out the rough ideas of where I want things to be, and also play around with roughing out the features of Spot here. After I do that, I am going to make another layer and further refine those features, so that way they are more clear to the eye. Also, I am going to shrink down the size of the hands since I made those things way too big. And here comes a little bit of a challenge for me, getting the right arm to bend at a good angle, and also making sure that the fingers do not touch the sunglasses. You know what, I'm just going to move those sunglasses up a bit, and also touch up his cute little smile. After that, now it's time to work on, well, myself. Usually after getting a rough sketch of people, I start with the face first. Here I'll put in the nose, the eyes, and I'll put the mouth off to the side. There's actually a reason for that. It's a nod to the Sonic the Hedgehog series, since Sonic, in most of his artwork, has his mouth off to the side of his face. After playing with the face, I am going to go in and work on the collar, the shirt, the neck, and also get these shoulders right. I will admit, these shoulders can be a little tricky, especially with the perspective, and I want them to look as humanly natural as possible. Alright, and now to work on the arm a bit, and now the other important part of the art piece, the soda bottle. And also everyone's favorite part of art, drawing human hands. Because they sure aren't tricky to draw, that's for dang sure. Like, seriously, hands are so hard to draw. Like, trying to get the thumb to wrap around right, and also the fingers. Ugh. This is a challenge, folks. Also, so that way I have it in there, I plopped the Genesis cover of the Cool Spot video game for the thumbnail, so that way I just have it in view. And now, time to do the clean line work for Spot. You know, it's a good thing I drew him from the 3/4 perspective, because if I just drew him facing the viewer, it would have been just dull and boring. And now for my favorite part of art, coloring it in. I color in the sunglasses and also his legs and mouth. And now time to touch up the arms a bit to make them nice and good too. Alright, just don't color outside the lines and we'll be a-okay. And now we'll fix the hands up a bit so that way when I color them in, they won't overlap each other. And also touch up that little elbow on Spot's left arm there. After that, I'm going to start coloring him in. Since he is more of an orange red Spot, I decided to go with that color. And since the side of him won't be hit by the light source, I made that area a little darker. And now we'll add red little spots on his hands here. And here I'll add the shine to the sunglasses. There we go. Just blend that out a bit. Here we go. Yep. Nope, that's not right. And there we go. Copy paste that here and add the highlights and voila! After that's done, now it's back to me. Luckily, outlining is the easier part of doing art, because once your rough sketch is done, then there you go. Alright, let's move on to my beautiful cartoonish mug right here. After that, I am going to fix up some minor features, such as tweaking the smile, where the teeth are a bit, and also the hair. It kind of looked like I was balding on the one side of my head for a second there. And now, time for the coloring. A little tip for you digital artists just starting out, please, for the love of all heck, touch up the little areas of color that the fill tool misses. See those white pixels floating around? The fill tool missed them. Touch those up ASAP. Now we'll color in the 7-Up bottle, put the logo in there, add a light to the Genesis art, and also add highlights and shadows to, well, me and the 7-Up bottle. For the shadow, I use a warm purple, dial down the opacity, and set the blending mode to multiply. Honestly, it's really perfect for coloring shadows in a cartoony style. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Also, I completely changed my mind on having the mouth off to the side like that. It did not look right. It looked a little too weird. So now I'll move it back to the center here. See? It looks a lot better, doesn't it? Also, I drew the fingers up way too high, so let me adjust that and also draw in more of the bottle. That is an advantage I will give digital art, is that it's easier to correct the mistakes that you see later down the line. Alright, color in those fingers, touch up the background, put the shadow here, and here we have it!
And there you guys have it. I hope you enjoyed the drawing process as much as I have. With that said, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. While you're here, to see more upcoming content from me in the future, be sure to subscribe and follow. Also, comment down below on how you thought this art piece turned out. In addition, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. Also, one last thing before you go. If you wish to see that video that I have been working very hard on over at JG Entertainment System, it's available right now. I'll leave a link up on the end card as well as down in the description below. A lot of hard work went into making it, and I'm proud of how it turned out. I also hope that you guys enjoy it as well. Alright guys, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you in the next video. See ya! Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new art video. Before we get into it, I've got quite the funny story to tell you. On the 4th of July, my friends and I have decided to go to an amusement park. While walking around, we've bumped into none other than Sylvester the Cat and Tweety Bird.
Well, people that were dressed up as them.
For the heck of it, one of my friends and I have decided to take a group photo with them. However, before the photo was taken, Sylvester the Cat literally pointed at my shirt, read the text that was on it, and then gave me a disappointing stance that looked like this. In case you were wondering, this was the shirt in question. Looking back, I kind of don't blame Sylvester for having that reaction. He was never the biggest fan of dogs. Having that hilarious moment in my mind still, I have taken it upon myself to do a drawing based off of that incident. So for this drawing, I'm going to bust out my iPad, open up Procreate, and have my Apple Pencil and drawing glove all in hand. Alright guys, let's do this.
Okay guys, so first I'm going to outline the rough sketch for Sylvester here. Mainly just placing where I want his arm and head to be. Alright, now I'm going to create a new layer to essentially define these features. Don't you worry guys, I'm going to fix that nose. Now I'll do another layer and finalize these features. I'm just going to move the head up a little. And there. Now it's time to work on, well, me. Just like before, I am going to rough out the features. I'm going to do another layer and also move myself over a little bit. Yeah, that pose I originally had was too stiff, so I'm going to look at a reference and make a more dynamic one for myself. Alright, I think I'm starting to like where this is going. But I'll definitely say it's not that mouth I originally was going for. Alright, let's work in more features of the body. Alright, let me fix that hand a little bit, and add in these lines. Alright, now it's time to work on the clean line work for Sylvester here. Let's get these lines looking all nice and good here. And we'll start coloring him in. Add the whiskers and mess with the eyebrow here, and a little bit of the ear. And let's make the arm stick out a little bit so that way it is shown to be facing towards us. Now it's time to do the clean line work for me. Alright, work on the line art for the body here. Let's put Sylvester back in frame for a second. Let's clean this up a bit. Of course, we can't forget about the good boy right here. And now, time for the color. Since that's done, let's lower the opacity of the characters and start working on the background. Since Sylvester called me out in front of one of the gift shops around the park, that will be the background for this drawing. Alright, now I'm going to work on the brick walkway a little bit. And put the text for gift shop here. In case you were wondering, yes, I am going to call it just gift shop, since mainly I don't want the location of the park to be disclosed, so I didn't use the actual name of the gift shop, so I am just going with what's safe for me. Okay, so after the background line art is finalized, now I'm going to color it in. There we go, there we go. Alright, and here I'll add blades of grass throughout the ground here. To show that there is some action within the gift shop, I am going to add these random colored dots, and also finalize the gift shop sign. I'm going to rearrange some stuff real quick. For these anime-looking lines, I wanted them to be yellow, and also move myself over a little smidge, and maybe make them thicker? Okay. Nah, I'm not gonna have those. Also, what was up with my neck? Like, dear God, let me fix that. And lastly, I'll work on the shading. And done.
And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed the drawing process as much as I have. With that said, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe or follow to see more content. Also, be sure to comment down below your thoughts on how this video turned out. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. It really helps a lot. This has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See ya! Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with a brand new art video. So recently on my gaming channel, JG Entertainment System, I have reviewed the one, the only Pac-Man board game. If you're interested in seeing how this little oddity turned out, then be sure to check out the video down in the description below. If you're on YouTube, that is. One of the most interesting things about this board game is how they depict the Pac-Man pieces. Look at this thing. Pac-Man has razor-sharp teeth. It's honestly kinda scary. But anyway, in this video, I showcase the process of drawing the thumbnail for said video. For the drawing itself, here are the following tools that I've used: an iPad, a drawing glove, an Apple Pencil, and the program Procreate. So without further ado, please enjoy.
And there you have it. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and follow to see more content. Also, be sure to comment down below on how you think this little doodle came out. I'm actually quite curious to know. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is also greatly appreciated. Before you go, if you haven't already, be sure to check out the Pac-Man board game that's on one of the end cards right here. With all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. See ya! Greetings, my fellow ghosts and ghouls. This is JG Art Creator, back yet again to haunt you with a new frightening Halloween video. Ooh! In this super scary video, I am going to... The heck? That power outage was not planned whatsoever, I swear.
That was because I was the one who triggered it.
Oh no, not you. And what are you doing here?
Well, my boy, I, the magical and majestical Major Masquerade, have simply come by for a visit. So I hear that you are planning on making Halloween videos again for this year. Am I correct?
Yeah, I am. But how does this involve you, exactly?
I thought you'd never ask. So, for this year's Halloween, I have planned for you to paint each and every one of the creepy Halloween crafts that I have lined up for you. And you are going to paint each and every one of them.
And if I say no to your stupid request?
I thought that you would ask that.
Bobby!
Until you paint each and every one of my crafts, then I will be taking your cat as collateral.
You monster!
If you wish to see your darling Bubby again, then be sure to finish each and every single craft that I give you.
The first one that I have prepared for you is this cute stand featuring a cat roaming a pumpkin patch. It also sports a light switch, adding an interesting effect to an already awesome craft.
I'll be waiting!
Man, he really leaves me no choice. Alright guys, let's do this.
So first things first, since there are different segments to this thing, we are going to slowly but surely take each one out. Yeah, there's no way this thing is getting out. If you look very closely, the back part is glued in. So yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Before I actually use paint on this thing, what I like to do for wooden surfaces is prime it with some acrylic gesso. For this particular craft, I will be using the clear gesso, mainly because that way when it dries, it'll basically be clear and won't cover any of the important details. To speed up the drying time, I will be using my hairdryer. Seriously, for you painters out there, this thing is extremely useful as a heat gun.
Let's be sure to dry the other parts as well. So for the background, I am going to take my phthalo blue and some black and make a really, really dark blue. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Let's also be sure to paint the backside as well. And maybe the top. So for the background, I would like to add a moon. So I put the trees back in so that way I can see what I'm working with spacing-wise, and also to make sure that I have a very perfect moon, I am going to be using this circle template. Okay, let's take our titanium white, add a dash of lemon yellow, and get right on to mixing. Okay, and using the circle template, alright, we're going to get a nice circle and use my makeup brush to blend it out. Now let's add some more lemon yellow to the mix. For the next piece of the craft, we are going to take some raw umber, mix in a bit of titanium white, and a little dash of phthalo blue. Yeah, that color ain't turning out right at all. So let's try a new one, this time with only raw umber and white. And yes, looking much better now. Now let's paint those happy little trees. Now, it's time for the main event of the show. Painting the cat and the pumpkins. To color the pumpkins, I will be using this apple barrel paint pen. I found it at Walmart for about $3, and I was like, you know what? Let me give this thing a shot. Also, I'll be using this black paint pen from Craftsmart. I gotta say, this paint pen from Apple Barrel is really freaking good, and it has amazing coverage. We'll use raw umber to paint the stems here. Finally, we have reached the kitty cat. Obviously, there's only one type of cat to paint it as, and that is to base it off of the one, the only, Bubby. Bubby means the world to me, and I am so grateful to have this cat in my life. And also, don't you worry, Bubby, I will save you from that evil Major Masquerade. Just hang in there. Let's take some titanium white, a little bit of black, and make a really nice gray. A little gray here, pale green for the eyes, paint the whole body white, and paint the legs and the back with the gray that we made. Start coloring in the tail, and also the rest of his body. And the little whiskers too. Can't forget about the rest of the body. Now for the grass, I'm going to take my phthalo green and phthalo blue and mix the two. Lastly, for the outer frame, I will be painting it with the same color that I have mixed for the moon, to make it cohesive with all of the other elements. After putting everything back in place, we now have the finished craft. And here it is, with its light on.
Wow, that looks really, really nice. Not bad, JG Art Creator, not bad. However, you have only finished one craft. You still have a few more to go if you wish to see your bubby again.
Don't worry, Bubby. I'll get you back soon. Don't worry. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave it a like. Also, while you're here, if you wish to see more content from me, as well as help me save my cat Bubby, then be sure to subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment down below on how you thought this video turned out, as well as share it around to help more people see it. Anyway, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next one. See ya! Don't worry, Bubby. I'll save you. Hey there, guys. JG Art Creator here. And let me tell you, I think I've had the most strangest dream in my entire life. So get this. A weird, masked moron infiltrates my house, kidnaps my cat, and then forces me to paint Halloween-themed art crafts for him. Isn't that strange or what? So, it really wasn't a dream.
Yup, it was all real, JG Art Creator. I hope that you are well rested, my friend, because I, Major Masquerade, have orchestrated some new Halloween crafts for you to paint.
Can't I have my nightmares in peace?
Ugh, no need to be cranky like that. Ugh.
Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed, didn't he?
Anywho, for this video, you will be painting 3, count 'em, 3 haunted Halloween crafts, each one more scarier than the last. Remember, if you wish to see your darling Bubby again, then I suggest you get right to it. I'll be waiting.
Alright guys, now let's see how scary these haunted Halloween crafts can really be. Oh, hi kitty. Aw, that's a cute mummy costume that you got on. Oh, but a little piece of toilet paper is sticking out. Let me get that for you. Guys. This is not a costume. First up, we have this cute little kitty craft. As always, before I begin painting on wooden surfaces, I go in with acrylic gesso. In case you didn't realize, priming your surfaces is super important, especially for painting on porous materials such as wood. I guess in other words, think of gesso as a protective barrier, so to speak. To speed up the drying time, I am going to go in with my hairdryer. And now, we just prime the rest of the craft. Alright, the next step is with my Craft Smart black paint marker, I am going to go ahead and draw in the different sections for the wrapping. For any mistakes that I have made, as well as touching up the line work, I am going to go in with titanium white acrylic paint. This is why I love acrylic paint so much. Not only is it really opaque, it dries very quickly, and also, since it is waterproof, you can put on as many layers as possible to cover up mistakes, or to add details such as highlights, eyelashes, and so on. Now let's add in the face. Yeah, this marker is starting to dry out on me. I am not liking that. But it's okay, I'm still gonna keep on going. Do a little mouth here. And with my Apple Girl paint pen, color the eyes and nose orange. Get those dried, and here we are. One spooky mummy kitty. Please. That mummy cat wasn't that scary. Alright guys, let's see what Craft Major Masquerade has in store for us next. This is better than I remember. Okay guys, so next up we have this candy corn looking wooden art craft. However, I'm going to throw a wrench in that plan. We are not going to be painting a candy corn.
Wait, what? What do you mean? It's a candy corn. You're supposed to paint it as such.
First off, you can thank my lovely partner for this ridiculous idea. It was so hilarious that I ended up running with it. Second, shut the heck up. This is my video, and I do what I want. Anyway, without any further interruptions, guys, instead of a candy corn, we are going to paint a legendary character. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be painting...
To the castle? Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. I can't look.
That's right. We are going to be painting everyone's favorite Ronald McDonald friend, Grimace. As with the mummy kitty, let's prime our surface with some gesso. Next, let's bust out our quinacridone blue violet. Since this is a very deep purple, and Grimace is a bit lighter, let's put the paint on the paint palette, grab a bit of titanium white, and mix it until we get a lighter version of said color. Now, let's start painting this thing. Right now, the paint isn't really going on that smooth, so what I'm going to do is just work in layers until everything's all nice and even. Thank God the blow dryer speeds this process up immensely. Alright, we're getting somewhere. And let's not forget about the sides. Now here comes the fun part, drawing the front of Grimace. For comedic purposes, I will be drawing Grimace drinking from his very own Grimace birthday shake. Real talk, that milkshake was actually pretty dang good when it came out, believe it or not. I hope they bring it back someday. Okay, now back to the video. For his eyes, I'm going to go in with titanium white and get them in between the lines as best as I humanly possibly can. Blow dry that. And do another layer to smooth it out. Now here are his pupils. He is actually really happy that he's enjoying his own birthday shake. So he's looking at it intensely. Actually, no, he's not just enjoying it. He's in love with it. Like, he's really into this milkshake. To color in the milkshake, I am going to once again take my quinacridone blue violet and mix a lot more white to make a more pastel color. And for the straw, I will use my lemon yellow. Lastly, let's take my cadmium red medium, mix plenty of white to make a pink color, and paint in his rosy cheeks. And voila! One Grimace ready for Halloween.
Wait a minute. That sound sounds very familiar. Uh-oh. Let's just say a familiar spirit that I've been battling for basically all of my life is coming back for revenge.
Yup, the last craft for this video is Blinky from Pac-Man. Like always, we are going to gesso the surface. For this particular craft, I want to do something a little different. So let me get my artist tape for this. Very carefully, I am going to tape around half of the ghost craft. With that step out of the way, let's get out the clear gesso. And add a layer of that all around the side that I wish to paint on. You might be wondering, why are you gessoing it when it's already been gessoed? Don't worry, my friends. You'll see why in a second. For now, let's just paint the ghost with our cadmium red medium. Let's dry it up. Now for the fun part, drawing Blinky's face. There we go. Now he's looking nice and menacing. Now let's do the eyes, and oh god, this white marker from Craftsmart is not that good, I'm gonna be honest with you. A takeaway from this video, Craftsmart paint markers suck. That's okay, I'll just touch up the eyes with some titanium white acrylic paint. With the pink that I mixed earlier, let's color in the tongue, and then use black to color in the inside of the mouth. So far, I'm really digging how this craft is turning out.
Major Masquerade told me to make sure that you never get to see that cat of yours, Bubby, ever again. So, JG Art Creator, what are you going to do to stop me?
Oh, Blinky, I thought you'd never ask.
Oh no! A power pellet!
Bye-bye, Blinky.
Watch where you're going, ojos locos. This isn't the end, JG Art Creator. Far from it. Yes! Take that, you masked moron. I got you right where I want you. Don't worry, puppy. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, then be sure to leave it a like. If you haven't already and wish to see more content from me, then make sure that you subscribe and follow. Also, comment down below on how you thought this video turned out, as well as your favorite craft that I have done. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is greatly appreciated and helps a lot. Anyway, with all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See ya! Once I do that, then go through with this, and then follow up with that. Okay. Oh, hello. JG Art Creator here. I hope that you have been enjoying the Halloween specials so far, along with some of the YouTube shorts that I have put up. But I will say that we are coming very close to the end of this year's Halloween. And Major Masquerade still has my cat, and we can't let that fly now, can we? So, in my hands, I have this foolproof plan on how we can beat Major Masquerade and get Bubby back. So, let me go over it with you guys. First, I'm going to grab these pull rings that my friend got me off of Amazon. Then I'm going to grab this tube of gold acrylic paint from Winsor Newton. Before we begin painting the rings, let's make sure to take out the styrofoam pieces. And now we begin the painting process. I will admit, the gold paint is very, very transparent, so it is going to take quite a few layers for it to show up.
We'll repeat the same process for all of the other rings. With all of the rings painted, I am going to bust out my clear acrylic gesso. This will basically act as my glue. Now I'm going to paint each and every ring with this gesso. While the rings are still wet, I am now going to use some glitter. And here they are. Now that the rings are painted, let's get Major Masquerade to pay us a little visit.
Well, JG Art Creator, I've made it despite your directions. Why invite me over? Looking for another Halloween art craft to paint?
As much fun as that would be, that is not the case. You see, Major, you have my cat, and I am going to get him back with my plan that is sure to be foolproof.
Well, what's your foolproof plan?
Simple. With these rings that I painted.
Rings? Really?
Yep. In order to beat Halloween, you have to fight it with Halloween. Here, I'll show you. Get ready, Major Masquerade, because I'm coming at you with supersonic speed.
Look, we don't have to resort to this. I'll get back, Bobby. Just take the costume off, okay?
Ready?
You haven't seen the last of me.
Yes! Alright, with him out of the way, that must mean... Bobby! Bubby, you're back. Oh my god, yes. You're back. Oh. Glad to have you back, Bub. I missed you. Well guys, there you have it. Not only did I get my cat Bubby back, but you also got to see what I'm dressing up as for Halloween. In case you don't recognize him, this is Sonic the Hedgehog. I actually really dig this costume, not gonna lie. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video as well as the costume that I am sporting, then be sure to leave this video a like. Also, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and follow to see more content. Don't forget to comment down below your thoughts, as well as sharing this video to help more people see it. It really helps a lot. But anyway, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'm wishing everyone a happy and safe
Halloween. Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, and now since December is officially here, that means the holiday season is in full swing. So, what does that mean? Expect some holiday themed art videos this month. And to kick things off, in this video, I am going to design a custom gift card envelope for a dear friend. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, before I begin sketching, I am going to use this Christmas card as a backing, so that way when I do draw on the envelope here, I don't puncture a hole in it. Okay, and now I am going to map out the dimensions for the artwork that I am about to draw. So with my pencil and ruler, I am measuring a 4x6 drawing. However, to give myself more leeway, I am going to give this piece a 1/4 inch bleed all around. So, in other words, my canvas will now be 4.5 by 6.5. For the drawing itself, I honestly have no plan for how this is going to turn out, so I'm just going to blot stuff in and hope for the best. I usually don't do this with my drawings, but I figured for this one, hey, why not? So here I drew a sun in the middle with some clouds in the sky, and trying to map out these hills, you know, to create a field, but I don't know if I'm really feeling that, so I'm just going to go for a flat land, and we are going to make it desert themed. So I'm adding some cacti all over the place, you know, all throughout, and I'm just gonna keep on going with it. Again, since the drawing on the envelope and the Christmas card are gifts for a dear friend, here is what that certain dear friend gifted me. This is a hand-painted cat figure that they got from their trip in Mexico. So as a fun homage, I am going to include it in this very drawing. So now I'm going to sketch out some of those kitty cats. There we go. Now let's just lighten up those lines. Now here comes my favorite part, the coloring. So to start off, I'm going in very light with my Prismacolor colored pencils. So I'm using canary yellow for the sun, and orange for the bottom of the sky here. Then I'm going to go in with my violet very lightly and sort of blend that a bit over the orange. Then here I go with my ultramarine blue, coloring around the clouds and coloring the upper part of the sky and blending a little bit into the violet. And here I go, adding a second layer of all the colors that I have mentioned. And again, blending them into each other. And now that I am more comfortable with where my colors are, now with harder pressure, I'm going to add another layer and really get those colors in. And now it's time to go in with the violet. And now for the ultramarine blue. So now I am adding lines within the clouds here. I'm kind of doing that because some of the lead particles got stuck to the clouds and they got smeared in. So instead of crying about it, I am now making this a happy accident.
Now it's time to move on to the cacti. For the base color, I'm going in with True Green, and then for you color theorists out there, I'm going in with Carmine Red as the complementary color. Slowly but surely, I am working on building up my layers. And you see over time, the red and green truly mix to make this wonderfully beautiful darker green. For the background, I am now going to use my Dahlia Purple. Just like before, I am going to slowly build up the color. For the shadows, I am going to go in with Violet. And then really get those in. Now it's time to go ham with the Dahlia Purple. Now it's finally time to color in the kitty cats. Very lightly over most of the areas, I'm going in with Carmine Red, and for the little circles, I am going to go in just a bit darker. For the shadows on the white areas, I'm going in with Lilac and blending those out with my white colored pencil, and using True Green over the Carmine Red. Now it's time to really blend out the red. For the collar, I'm going to make those gold, and for the bells, I'm going to use silver and use white for the highlight. To make the floral patterns, I'm going in with my green Sharpie creative marker, and then now it's time to add the little details like the face, and blending out more. Let's finish this off by adding white to the eyes. And now, here is the finished piece. And now this brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this holiday themed video, then be sure to smash that like button. To see more videos like this, as well as other art projects, be sure to subscribe and follow. Don't forget to comment down below and share this video around to help more people see it. It really helps a lot. This has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you in the next video. Happy holidays! Today on JG Art Creator, I attempt to draw the one, the only, Sailor Moon. However, every time I try, things keep going awry. Will I be able to make a good work of art for my cousin this year for Christmas, or would it be total trash? Stick around and find out! Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, back yet again with another Christmas card video. So let's not waste any more time and get right into it. So first things first, what I'm going to do here is map out the dimensions for my drawing. Using the Christmas card as a backing inside the envelope to make sure that I don't accidentally poke a hole in it, I am going to measure out with my ruler and cutting mat a 4x6 drawing. However, to give myself more leeway, I am going to give myself a 1/4 inch bleed all around the drawing. So that means my canvas is actually 6.5 by 4.5. So now it is time to sketch the rough layout of what I want for the artwork. So right now I am just blotting in where I want Sailor Moon to be, and also for the background, I am going to do crescent moons and stars all throughout. Now let's lighten up these lines. Now let's go in and define some of Sailor Moon's key features, like her eye shape, her head shape, her moon necklace, and also the shirt. Now let's get the hair in, and also define where the shoulders are going. And of course, we have to get Sailor Moon's buns, or you can call them meatballs if you have watched the Deke Dub. Okay, let's get more of those features in here. And then after that, we are going to lightly erase the line work. Now it's time for the outlining. With my black Sharpie paint marker, I am going to do all the outlining for Sailor Moon. Everything was going well at this point. I was really digging the composition, the line work was going smoothly, but then, yeah, keyword was. That's right, my line work smeared. Even using my colored pencil over it didn't help matters. Now great, now what do? I ruined my artwork, and now I have to do it all over again. But I don't want to take forever to sketch it out again. Wait, I've got an idea. Tracing paper power! Now time to use charcoal on the back. One more time later. Alright, now let's finish up this line work and make sure it's really good this time. I'm not playing around. I am going to finish this drawing. Now it's finally time to color in Sailor Moon. First, let's start with the jewels on the front of her buns here. Then color the jewel for the tiara. Now it is time to begin working on the hair. Very lightly, I am going in with Canary Yellow. Then over where the shadows are supposed to be, I am going over it with a purple, the complementary color to yellow. Fix these lines a bit here. Then let's build up the values. Next, let's work on other details like shading the tiara, working the eyes, and going in with a light beige for the skin tone. Color in the rest of the necklace, and we'll add purple to shade with the skin. Blend it out with white, work on the shirt a little bit. Hey guys, this is a little embarrassing, but once again, I have bumped into another major problem. You might be wondering what happened to the rest of the footage for coloring Sailor Moon herself. Well, this is embarrassing, but I was attacked by the Negaverse. You want my footage? Well, you can't have it.
This should satisfy Queen Barrel.
I'm just kidding. What actually happened was my phone died while recording footage. At least the good news is you didn't miss too much. So essentially I finished coloring in the base colors and shading for Sailor Moon. Now it's just mainly fixing the eyes and the background. Phew. Okay, let's fix up these eyes and add some highlights with my paint markers. Go in with the colored pencil for good measure, and again with the paint markers. Fix up the shirt a bit. Add some more highlights to the eyes. And now it's time to work on the background. Here I am outlining where the crescent moons and stars are going to be. Let's not forget to erase the guidelines that I made. And now we go in light with the background color. Now it's time to color in the moons and stars. Now, let's color in the background super duper hard. Let's keep on going. We're almost there. And finished.
And there you have it. Even though the road to drawing Sailor Moon was a bit bumpy, I am still quite happy with the overall result. And I'm also proud that I didn't give up on myself. With all of that said, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to smash that like button. If you're new and haven't already, be sure to subscribe or follow to see more content. Don't forget to leave a comment down below on how you thought this video turned out, as well as your thoughts on the art piece. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is greatly appreciated, and it helps a lot, especially if you know people that are fans of Sailor Moon. Anyway, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. The moonlight is a messenger of love. Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, and I'm hoping that everyone out there is having a very merry, happy holiday season so far. In today's video, we are going to paint a cute cat craft that I have found at my local Michael's. Without further ado, let me show you. Here it is. See? It even has a little bell. Ah, so adorable. Alright guys, without further delay, let's get the show on the way.
So the first thing that I should probably do is carefully remove the bell, so that way I don't get any paint on it whatsoever. Alright, easy does it. Feed it through the loop here. Alright, almost, and voila! There we go. Before I actually begin painting this wooden kitty cat, I am first going to prime it with some clear acrylic gesso. Mainly because when this dries to a clear finish, I can still see the details such as the line work chiseled in. Alright, let's prime it up real good. And use a blow dryer to make it dry. For the sides and back here, I am just going to paint those a purely titanium white. Mainly because, well, I would like to have more of a finished feel with my craft, so to make it look more finished, I am just going to paint it a solid color. Again, the front of the craft is the main focus here. Now it's finally time to get started. First, the paint markers. With my extra fine point tip black Sharpie paint marker, I am going to start working on the eyebrows and also the eyes for the kitty cat. I will admit, getting inside the crevices of the wooden craft is a bit annoying. Now it's time for the other eye. Same situation as before, getting inside the crevices of the wooden paint craft is so damn tedious. And great, now I have paint smeared on my hand and on the craft. But don't worry, since this is acrylic-based paint, I'll be able to paint over it no problem. Let's fill in the gaps here with my white Sharpie marker. For the eyes, to keep in line with the theming of the holiday season, I am going to color them green. Now let's add in some highlights. For the ears, I am going to color the insides pink and outline them with magenta. Now let's get more of the line work in. Let's use pink for the cute little nose. Alright, now let's use the gray markers and color the kitty cat all throughout. And yeah, I'm kind of having second thoughts about using an entire marker to color a large area like this. It is becoming very splotchy, streaky, and yeah, this isn't going to be a good time. Yeah, I'm just going to go over the whole head with my gray acrylic paint, and there you go. And thank God I did, because now it's looking a lot better. Now let's outline a few more parts here. For the ribbon, I am going to make it yellow. For the folds of the bow, we'll make those orange. Now to color the rest of it. Okay, now let's work on outlining the paws and the stocking, and then get right into finishing the rest of the cat here. Now it's time for the stocking. For the top part, we are going to use titanium white. It is going to take a few layers for it to completely cover the wood grain texture, but as long as we keep persevering, then we will be a-okay. For the bottom half of the stocking, I am going to use my red Sharpie marker, and coloring in small chunks really does make the paint blend together much more smoothly. So yeah, going forward, if you're coloring in a big section, color in small chunks at a time. Now to add the rest of the details. Let's put the bell back on. And voila! And now, let's hang it up to get it ready for Christmas. Now this brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to smash that like button. If you're new and haven't already, be sure to subscribe and follow to see more content. Don't forget to leave a comment down below on how you thought this video turned out, as well as the art craft done for this video. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is greatly appreciated, and it helps a lot. With all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Happy holidays!
Hey there everyone, how's it going out there? This is JG Art Creator, and I hope everyone is having a very merry holiday season so far. In today's video, I am going to paint a cute doggy craft that I got from Michaels. So what are we waiting for? We gotta go let some dogs out. Here it is, guys. The one, the only Christmas dog craft. What's so cool about it is that just like some of the other crafts that I've done, this one has a light up switch. What's really not cool about this craft is that the sticker on the back of it was on so tight that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get all of it off. So now it looks like that the sticker will now be forever part of this craft. Just like before I actually begin painting on it, I am going to go in with some clear acrylic gesso, mainly to preserve the details of the line work. And just letting you know, I did the priming off camera mainly to save time, and also if you've been around my channel long enough, you know that I prime any and all wooden surfaces and canvases before actually painting. So why be redundant and keep showing that over and over, you know? So for the back, to give the craft a more finished feel, I am going to paint it completely titanium white. The sticker is also white, so hopefully doing this will make the sticker blend in. I hope. Alright, now it's time to go in with my ultra fine point Sharpie marker to outline the line work. Alright, now it's time for the paint markers. Let's start coloring in the Santa hat. Now let's go in with white. Now to use yellow to color in the eyes. Now let's color in that nose. And now for the bow. For the ears and the top of the head, we will go in with this coffee-colored acrylic marker. For the main body, we are going to use peach. It isn't as opaque compared to some of the other markers, so it will require a few layers to completely cover everything up. Now let's get the tail and feet. For the actual present here, for fun, I wanted to use this silver metallic paint marker. For the box itself, let's go in with this really nice shade of blue. For the main outline itself, I am going to use my gold acrylic marker. It adds a bit of personality to the craft, don't you think? Now let's blot in the highlights for the eyes and nose here. It's going to take a few layers to be completely opaque, but hey, that's just part of the painting process, right? The last thing to do is to just touch up some more of the line work. And here we have it. And now, time to see it glow. Now this brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to smash that like button. If you're new and haven't already, be sure to subscribe and follow to see more content. Don't forget to leave a comment down below on how you thought this video turned out, as well as the art craft done for this video. Lastly, sharing this video around to help more people see it is greatly appreciated and it helps a lot. With all of that said, this has been JG Art Creator, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Happy holidays!